Hello chat, hello dude. Yeah, I was watching the ant video and I was gonna watch it offline and then I realized I actually love ants. Unironically, I do like ants and dude, ants are fun. I like hive. I like hives. I think they're cool. Also, I'm gonna watch Cops Love as well. I was gonna watch Cops Love maybe today, maybe tomorrow, but I'm gonna do it today then. Because I have a little bit of time. I have a little bit of time. Not that much though. Okay, I'm 7 minutes into the video. I'm just gonna watch the rest, yeah.
Guys, this is genuinely so insane. I am rooting for you, bro. I mean, you got a long way to go. But guys, the ants were doing so awful up to this point. You could see how many fell into the pit of doom. Bro,
right,
it's like a muscle holding a Volkswagen, exactly.
Yep, literally.
It's so loud. I prefer 75.
None of the 1,000 ants decided to help this dude. He was doing this entirely
50,
solo,
yeah.
And so he kept on.
Yeah, but he's gonna be the chat when he comes home, though.
Ignoring any ants that were in
Probably
his
50,
way.
yeah.
And this dude made it all the way to the end of the tightrope, where
No!
he then
Okay,
walked
I thought it was
onto
gonna
the
fall, sorry.
platform to complete the obstacle. Oh my gosh, this ant is insane. Seriously, I gotta name this guy. I think I'm gonna name him Anthony, and we're probably never gonna be able to find Anthony again since all the ants look the same. But seriously, everyone spam some W's in the comments for Anthony.
And look at him.
Insane.
Let him have the prize, though.
The obstacle, I'm gonna give him the insect
Lucas
legs
Timothy.
as a prize. Thanks,
How is he gonna
Anthony.
flex?
Hopefully, you guys enjoy.
So, I quickly moved all the fallen soldiers back to the 2D ant nest, and well, this colony is now ready for its third obstacle. And oh boy, am I excited for this one.
I guess
guys,
guys, I want to see if there was a possible attempt at a
Wait,
social
I actually
behavior.
fucked it. Chat, I'm gonna get some coffee because I need my stimulation. I can't stand this. I'm sorry, chat. I started the stream at 5 minutes too early. So just skip 5 minutes ahead. Yo. Okay. Now it's done. Okay, Jotza. Ants. I love ants.
Of standing on the branch or on the leg and trying to
We're gonna have to break into a vault. Yeah, like a robbery, basically.
Yep.
maybe to see if anybody was gonna catch on or tell the news.
I literally built up
There's
a
no
DIY
precision in
bank vault
hard
from
mining.
scratch out of paper that I knew the ants would
So you
probably
can't
be
really
able to
brag
break
about it.
into. You can see
Did they all get a
it's
reward?
pretty good. Sort of looks
Yeah,
like
the ants
a
are
real
so
vault.
humble.
And anyways, it's cool because
That's why I
the
like
door
them.
actually opens, so I could fill this bank vault with
And you got a yellow laptop in his
an
letter.
insane amount of seeds.
Yummy.
I put so many seeds in here.
Because yeah,
They would've probably
apparently
ate
seeds
him.
are this species of ants' favorite food, so they should absolutely swarm this thing. But I got this hot glue gun.
It's like
so I
in
can
Bug's
seal
Life.
this vault door shut because I got to make this actually a kind of hard obstacle. So let me just go and put some glue on here.
Well, the boys have
just
wings.
that. All right, the vault is completely sealed shut with glue now.
Flying
so
ants?
Let's see if these ants can actually get the seeds out of it. This is going to be very interesting to watch.
So yeah, I just put it in, and as you can imagine, the 1,000 ant colony immediately
he
started to
crush one of
climb
them?
onto it. Especially when things are put
Look,
in the
he's
colony's
moving.
nests, they need to investigate it to make sure it's not a threat. And with this, I think they pretty much immediately knew it wasn't a threat, because none of them were biting it or anything. And actually, a lot of them were just using it as an opportunity to climb out of the enclosure.
Holy.
But yeah, the vault right now is
W
pretty
prison
sealed shut,
escape.
and I don't even think the ants knew that there were seeds inside of here. So nothing really eventful happened, to be honest.
Okay, this is not exactly going to plan. I'm just gonna take this box and put it in there. Oh, hopefully I didn't crush any ants. Okay, and then let me scoop up all the ants that fell off.
So yeah, I got all those fallen soldiers back into the nest, of course.
Well, that didn't exactly work so well, but I kind of knew it wasn't going to work so well, so that's why I came equipped with this stuff. See, basically, it's a cup of water and a big cup of sugar, which I'm going to pour into the water. Then basically, I can mix the water and sugar around to make
an ingredient they don't like it.
I love the smell and taste of. And using this paintbrush, I actually just want to go and paint our vault with it. And basically, this will make the vault not only taste like sugar, but it will also just make it kind of soggy since it's made out of paper, and it should make it able so the ants can chew through it and stuff and get to the seeds.
So yeah, I absolutely just soaked this vault in the sugar water, and without wasting any time,
now it's gonna be easy. So easy.
All right, ants, let's see how you do this time. And oh boy, were things a lot more interesting this time around, because right away, tons more ants.
Yeah, they have smells.
You can see how after the ants,
they use their bodies. They don't have a nose. They use their bodies to smell.
Still. That's because they were putting their mouth up to the paper and were just completely licking.
Oh, so that's how the hive mind works actually.
Yeah, so not
they
really what I had in
smell
mind.
the chemicals in the air and they use it to communicate.
But yeah, so many ants got their fair share of the sugar. However, I didn't see a single ant even trying to find or even acknowledge that there were seeds inside.
So basically, ants communicate with their farts.
When you see this hole here, well, just out of nowhere, an ant just came up to it and walked into the hole. And yeah, there was just an ant inside of this vault with the absolute jackpot of seeds. I don't know how this hole got here. I guess maybe the sogginess from the sugar water made it droop or something.
Tell the boys.
Wow. That is crazy.
And take the prize away.
I think the ants just completed the obstacle. Let me get all the excess ants off this safe real quick.
And yeah, once the extra ants had fallen off, I cut open the vault to see if that ant had actually made it inside. And as you can see, he absolutely had made it inside. Oh my gosh, bro. Your colony has no
Let him eat it a little bit.
Much you just clutched up for them.
Wait, imagine if this is Anthony, that same ant that beat the obstacle course.
Yo, he keeps not letting them get the reward though.
But anyways, W ant.
So yeah, I just went and poured the entire vault's loot pile onto the 2D ant nest, and well, the ants have been rewarded with the absolute motherload of food up to this point.
So about conditioning, can you condition the ants?
Craziest obstacle for last to really find out how smart my ant colony actually is. And this final one is the floor is lava.
Yup, the floor is lava, and thankfully I already have it built right here.
This is the final obstacle, and you may be wondering, bruh, Darraggreen, where's the lava? Well, the lava is these strips of red on the floor right here. You see, these are actually extremely sticky pieces of tape, and if the ants try to walk on them, well, they're gonna get stuck, of course. So if the ants want to get to the strawberries that I put at the end of the obstacle, they're gonna have to use one of the 3 tools I provided for them to figure out how they can maybe cross this lava, or maybe they'll make a crazy bridge out of their bodies to cross it. Who knows?
Anyways, I wanted to make sure most of these guys actually participated, so I spent the past few hours individually picking up each of the ants from the ant nest and transporting them into this container, or at least as many as I can get. The rest are kind of under there. That way, they can be easily transported. But before pouring these guys in, I just want to tell you guys that the Darraggreen merch is actually really.
What are we buying some of that?
If you can't tell, I actually changed the design of the obstacle.
How many died? A lot of them died in this video for sure.
Tape, well, I actually replaced it with an even stickier and thicker kind of tape to make sure these ants wouldn't be able to just walk across. Anyways, let's see how they do. As you could probably guess,
they're gonna go to the side.
Ants immediately went up to the tape and partially got stuck in the front. But don't worry, guys. I'll be watching the ants throughout this obstacle, and any of the ants that looks like they get super stuck in the middle, I'll be picking up with these tweezers and moving back to the start so they don't get stuck in here permanently and hurts. Anyways, to actually cross this
what if you
tape,
crush
like
them too hard?
Earlier, I
it's
gave
kind of
these
dangerous.
Ants different tools, like a pile of dirt, some pieces of string, and even some wood chips to see if they'd be smart enough to actually use these things.
What if you pull too hard and its legs stay there? Do they regrow?
While it may look like the ants are not using the tools here, if you look very closely down here near the dirt, they've actually already started to push this pile of dirt onto the tape.
Dude, they're just walking through the stickiness.
If they keep building up this bridge, they would actually be able to cross this with no problem whatsoever. But right when I was filming this, I actually noticed that an ant had actually been walking across the tape and somehow had made it extremely close to the end. Yeah, I have no clue how this ant just managed to ignore the stickiness of this tape. I guess his legs were just extremely strong or something, because he got all the way to the end where he had a bit of trouble pulling himself off the tape, but eventually he was able to do it.
What about this new tape though?
And wow.
Was that
well,
there
this ant
before?
just technically passed the obstacle.
Oh my gosh, bro. I didn't even see this ant, but I mean, he
I'm
did
on
pass
to
the
you.
obstacle. I guess that's fair and square. Good job, bro. Why is it the past 3 obstacles? It's been a single ant that's clutched it up for the entire colony. But anyways, I gotta get all these guys off the tape so they aren't hurt.
He fell down.
So yeah, I got them all picked up into a container and transported them back to their nest safely.
All right, because you guys beat it, I'm gonna give you this piece of the strawberry. And because the ants beat all of the obstacles I gave them, I'm gonna be giving them this brand new ant nest. Basically, it's just a bit more compact and it has a cool outworld on the top. And I think it's just a bit more optimal for them. So I'm gonna go and move them in there. Anyways, hopefully you guys were entertained. And
Chat, what if you made it at least so boring?
I think it's just a bit more
just to see what
optimal for
happens.
them. So I'm gonna go and move them in there.
Chat, what if you give them a spot like this, right? But you say, okay, you keep feeding them, right? They live. Hold on, but it's just boring. Like there's nothing happens. Nothing's different. Or are they going to expand the tunnels, redo them, like, or are they gonna live in stagnation, where they live in the same exact spot forever? Do they care
need
what
a
kind of
queen
housing they
ant.
have?
But
What
I
if you-
think if you get a
what if you
queen
were to have
ant,
this
they get
exact
dangerous.
position?
They get violent.
In 3 years, what is
Yeah,
that
they
gonna
get
look like? Would it be the
murderous.
same thing, you think?
Anyways, hopefully you guys were entertained and learned something new about ants and
What happens when you put several ant colonies together? Will they engage in war? Or will they join forces? In ant keeping, it's a golden rule to never mix
War.
your ant colonies together, even if they are the same species, because most ant colonies
What is
will
that?
fight. And it's
Good
cruel.
dog.
You see, each ant colony carries
It's a
its own
speed run.
distinct colony scent.
How
Like an
is it
ID
that
badge.
big?
And if 2 teams of ants with different colony scents
Ew.
happen to come together,
Dude,
by
the
way of
queen is so
overlapping
massive.
territory, for example,
Why is
it
it
would
so
lead
big?
to a lethal ant war. However, there are some cases
Dude, I
where
remember
this
I was in
golden
Spain
rule
once,
does not apply.
and I saw this one
This week, I
big
tried my luck and put
tank
together
ant
7
in the
young
middle of
ant
an ant
colonies of
war.
mine that I've
Dude,
been raising
it had
for
the
the past
red ants
67
versus the
days,
black ants.
together in a
And I think the
6,
red
7,
ants were winning
to
because
see
they were a
what
little
they
bit
do.
bigger.
Did the ants go to war?
But the red ants
Did
had
they
this
do what I hoped they
one
would?
massive,
And
big
join forces
red
to
ant
form
that was just
one
killing all the
huge
black ants,
super
man.
colony.
They would never.
The result
crazy.
was just jaw-dropping, and something I totally didn't expect to happen at all. Welcome to the
Okay,
Ants
hold
Canada
on.
Ant Channel.
I have a question though. You guys,
Subscribe to my
different colonies, but what are different races?
Welcome to the AC.
Or whatever you want to call
They're
it.
just
I
different.
don't know what
They're
it's
different
called.
species.
Different, like,
Okay.
species
Before
kind
any of you
of.
start
Yeah.
freaking out and
Whatever,
bashing
I don't know what the term
for
is. What's the term?
ant cruelty,
Breed?
I have a few
I think
things
it's
to
a
explain
species.
as to why I figured the odds of such an experiment were in my favor. Do keep on watching until the end, though, as I have an important question to ask all of you, and will be needing your opinions on something very important. Now, before I go over my reasons for performing such a controversial experiment, and then proceed to attempt the mixing of 7 ant colonies together, let's do a quick recap for those who are new.
But Chad, what if you have like fire ants? Like Japanese ants? A Chinese, I don't know, underground ants? Bunch of different ones. Wouldn't that be even a better experiment?
And are just joining us.
These are all the same species, but different colonies.
These are our 8 young carpenter ant colonies. Each colony exactly 67 days old. Within each test tube is a
6,
queen, the first
7.
generation of worker ants, known as nanitics, and brood. I captured each queen 67 days ago during their annual mating nuptial flight.
67
Placed them
again?
into test tubes to simulate the claustral chamber which the queens would have created in the wild. And each queen spent 67 days laying eggs and eventually raising them to adult
flying
manatees.
ants are so
Now, the
cool.
initial plan when I first started this journey was to simply capture as many queens as I could. I caught 14 in total, and see
I've seen
how
a queen
many of
once,
them
a big
would
ant.
go on to found successful ant
I
colonies.
saw one in my backyard,
I know that
actually.
in nature, not all queen ants successfully make it
Why
to the
not?
colony founding stage. And in fact, at the start, I wasn't sure if any of my 14 queens captured would successfully found an ant colony. 6 of the queens ended up non-successful at even making it to the egg-laying stage. Some died of
6?
natural causes like
Ew.
mold,
7?
mites,
Ew!
and even parasitic
Hey,
maggots.
hey!
But then,
What am I
as
watching?
the remaining 8 queens
Oh my God!
started
Yo,
proving
I'm
their
gonna
colony
get
What?
nightmares.
founding. Some died of natural causes like
Ew.
mold, mites,
Ew!
and even parasitic maggots. But then
Parasites. I thought it was
Oh my gosh.
larvae.
Yo,
Well, they are
I'm gonna get
larvae.
nightmares. That's fucking
Like
vile.
I began
ants.
to realize that, okay, I won't be able to keep all these ant colonies. And in my
It's
mind,
kinda crazy
I
that
figured
even
I'd
the
have
small
to
ants
release
get
some,
infected like
or
that,
all
so.
but one of the colonies back into the wild. It was sad to think, as over the past 2+ months, I'd really grown attached to each of the ant colonies under our care. But then, after thinking about it this week, an awesome idea came to me that was pretty crazy, but just might actually work. AC family, listen to this. So here's why I thought this experiment was a pretty good idea. So quick ant biology lesson, most ant species have colonies that are called monogynous, which means the ant colonies contain only one egg-laying queen, who lays all the eggs and is the mother of the entire colony. Like fire ants, where there is a single queen ant and her millions of workers.
Chat, but does that not become at one point not non-efficient? If you had more queens, you could get a bigger colony faster? Like, it is very, very, very slow.
And babies. That's just how fire ants operate, and non-negotiably. There is definitely no way a fire ant colony will adopt or accept a second egg-laying queen ant in the colony. Furthermore, only related colony members are allowed in the nest, so fire ant workers from another colony are not allowed to join forces. Two fire ant colonies coming together, as we've seen in a past video,
30,000 eggs a day?
will engage in a bloody war. There are, however, also ant species which are considered polygynous, meaning they do tolerate multiple queens in a colony.
Okay, yeah,
like in
smart.
weaver ants, where there could be dozens, even hundreds of queens, all laying eggs in a single ant colony. The workers just take care
What
and
is
serve all
that?
queens. Our yellow crazy
This
ant
is
colony,
disgusting.
the Golden Empire, is another example where there are lots of queen ants in the colony. And they are so polygynous that even if two unrelated yellow crazy ant colonies are placed together, they kind of go into a quick wrestling match, but then decide to join forces, accepting all new queens
Wait,
and
really?
blending harmoniously to form a super colony.
Chat, what did they get?
Which we've seen.
What did they get confused? Because they tussle so much with one another that they end up exchanging smells, and they don't even know who the fuck smells like what. And they're like, "Fuck it, I guess we're."
Happened a couple times on this channel already with our
What?
Golden Empire.
I love
And
Could
so
that be the
going
reason
back
why
to
they do
our
that?
carpenter ants.
fat thorax.
There are actually carpenter ant species which are polygynous. In terms of the carpenter ant species we are keeping, I don't have an exact species ID on them yet. But there are carpenter ant species in my country that are known to be polygynous. In fact, we've kept them before on the channel, if you recall the lumberjacks. Now, if you remember
I
the
remember that,
first
yeah.
video, the nuptial flight of these ants kind of occurred inside my room, a cottage I'm currently staying at in the middle of a mountain rainforest. And over time, I have been spotting evidence around my place of the main carpenter ant colony, from which our queens and or the males that mated with them most likely came from.
Yo,
In the mornings, I would
imagine you're the owner of this Airbnb. This guy says, "Oh, guys, I'm only here for a month. I'm making a few videos." And then you look at his channel. He has these fucking massive ant colonies
always
and
find
shit going
bits
up
of
to the house.
sawdust
Oh,
in certain
no.
places, discarded as a result of the ants' tunneling
They're
activities
hiding in the router.
wooden structures of my place. And at night, I spotted carpenter ants forming active foraging trails around my
Classic.
kitchen. These carpenter ants, which were definitely the same species as ours, were a pest species and well adapted to living in domestic spaces. I then began to wonder
Dude, there are
if
roaches
the mating
in my
nuptial
Xbox.
flights of this species of carpenter ant can happen indoors. And assuming an ant colony sends out hundreds of these queen
17
ants,
months.
and knowing the
17
success
months.
rate that we've seen
Can I
from a
get a
14
welcome to
queen
the jungle
sample
king
is
they
about
paid $1?
57% that a
Wait,
queen
wait.
will successfully mate and go on to found an ant colony, then the chances of 2 or more carpenter ant colonies coming together naturally and overlapping in real estate is pretty high, I'd say. Now, I've never seen a carpenter ant war in my place so far, and so my hunch was that a handful of mated queen ants of this species of carpenter ant end up founding ant colonies somewhere in the walls and form one massive ant colony. I mean, think about it. Where else could the queen ants go to found their ant
What the
colonies
fuck
and
is
not
wrong with this
expect
guy?
to run into a bunch of its sister queens' colonies? If they were limited
Holy
to just this cottage,
RGB.
my
Dude.
guess was that they simply all
Dude,
blend
also
together
BayZ,
and
two
form
big
a
fans.
super colony. Now,
That's
if my
BayZ.
hunch was correct, and these ants
If
of
you have
ours
a
were truly
PC,
a
you need to
polygynous
have
species, whose
the bigger the
colonies can
fan, the
combine
better.
together to form super
That's why you need to
colonies,
start making
then I
these
could
square,
actually end up
you do the new
keeping
Steam
all
thing,
the ant
the new
colonies
Steam
and not have to
console.
release
God,
That's a
them.
good
God,
design because you have one
Combine
big
them
ass
into
fan.
one
That's
huge
optimal,
colony.
actually.
That would be totally awesome.
What you need to have
And
is
the
like
dream of having a
a
polygynous carpenter
rectangular
colony with all
wind
these egg-laying
tunnel,
queens
right,
laying
with
tons
one
of eggs
fan, and
made
then
my
the fans are
ant-loving
stacked
mouth water. Imagine the
from front to
massive
back
ant
like
setup
that.
we could
That's the
build
optimal
with
way.
wood and glass. Anyway, a third possibility is that the ants from the different colonies simply tolerate each other, being around, but don't actually mix. In this case, the ants would choose coexistence, which would also be quite cool, but I don't know how long I'd be able to keep the colonies together in one setup as they grew if that was the case.
Yeah, what if they would have to compete at one point?
Was it risky putting the ants together? Yes. But for me, AC family, the odds were in our favor, and it was worth testing out in a controlled way. For science. What do you guys think will happen? Will the ants go to war with each other? Or will they choose peace and join forces? Or will they ignore each other and accept coexistence for now? Leave your guesses in the comments, and afterward, go back to your comment and let us know if you were right. And so, AC family, here was my ultimate plan for the Great Carpenter Ant introduction. You guys will love this.
Yeah,
AC family, behold, the Campanosium. It's the great arena within which the ant colonies will have the space to wander and explore, and eventually meet, in a highly regulated and controlled manner, where I could observe how they interact and separate the ant colonies if needed. There are 8 holes leading into the arena with rubber ports, which perfectly fit the test tubes in which the colonies are currently living. I made sure to keep minimal with the design of the arena for now, so I could have full view of the ants and not have the decor create areas where the ants could be out of view. We can always decorate this space more intricately later. The top lip of the Campanosium had been painted with a layer of baby powder
He's
and
giving
rubbing
ideas to
alcohol
Mr. Beast
to
with this
act
one,
as a barrier, so the ants don't escape into my room. So my plan was to first connect 2 ant colonies to the Campanosium and observe how they interact, before going ahead and adding the other ant colonies. I would not proceed to add the other ant colonies if I noticed they were showing signs of over-aggression or going to war with each other.
Why not?
Now there are 2 things you should know about this before we proceed with this experiment in the Campanosium. First, if you've been following our previous videos, you will know that I suspect that our 7th ant colony, which today is one of the biggest colonies of the group,
Guys, they're ants.
with a total of 12
cares?
nanitics now, might actually be a different species of carpenter ant from the rest. How weird. The queen is looking right at us.
Guys,
She's just making sure.
guys, I care about the ants in general, but these are like a small miniature sample of a massive
We're friends.
army
But
of
as you
them.
can tell, this queen is slightly more red at the head and thorax than the others. Plus, she produces brood with naked pupae, which is unique because the other 7 queens produce young that develop into cocooned pupae. Therefore, I have decided not to add colony number 7 to this mixing experiment, as they probably war with the other ants. I'll just hold on to them for now, and we can all decide later whether or not we want to keep them. But man, look at those repletes, will ya? The workers who have volunteered to be the living food stores of the colony, carrying food stored in bulk in their social stomachs for gradual distribution. Love this colony. Alright, now the second thing I needed to point out was that, as you may know,
Ew!
queen number 5 is still raising her brood. As you can see, she's behind the others and just has cocoons. And because of this tardiness, we suspected that she may not have mated during nuptial flight. You see, as mentioned in a previous video, due to ant genetics, unmated queens can still lay eggs, but they only become male ants, which would suck because male ants have no purpose in the ant world, except wait around to mate, which also means in the normal circumstance, if these huge cocoons, which do look like male ant cocoons,
Real,
do
yeah.
actually hatch into
It's just
males,
like real life.
Never
the
mind.
queen is as good as dead.
xQc is
the
the
males
goat.
wouldn't be able
even
to
then
take
they
care
don't
of
mate,
her.
so-
The other possibility is that she's been eating some of her eggs over time, so she could invest in fewer, larger workers. As her first batch of nanitics,
W
we're
black
still
pill.
waiting for one of those cocoons to hatch to be able to know for sure. It should be soon because I see eyes darkening,
That's the cock
which means
pill.
hatch day is close. If males do end up hatching from those cocoons, it was sad to think that queen number 5 and all her useless male babies would have to be released into the wild to die. However, if my hunch was correct, and these carpenter ants do band together to form polygynous ant colonies, it would be a complete saving grace for queen number 5.
Chat, fuck the woke shit that chat about. Ant World War. All known species of ants, test tubes, brrrr, like 160 tubes, all at the same time. Bang!
And her sons, because
Ant
then
World War.
I could simply introduce them to the other ants, and she would then have proper workers from the other colonies to take care of her and her sons.
That would be cool.
Sure, queen number 5 wouldn't be able to produce regular
Australia's
worker ants
gonna win then.
and would just be dead weight for the colony, eating up valuable food and
Bullet
taking
ants
up
don't win too
resources.
big. They would
But
get
at
swarmed
least
and overheated.
She would live, and at least contribute
I think,
to the colony's male ant population for the next nuptial flight. Having number 5 in the mix also would be a great way to tell if the workers are actually all mixing up and not just sticking to their biological birth colonies. Because if queen number 5 and all her males remain alive, then it means workers from the other colonies are definitely...
Last pause. Ant World War. 5 species of ants per major country, right? All at the same time. See who actually wins. In a boom.
Feeding her and her sons. And so this was the plan.
What countries
Connect
get the best
7 of
ants?
our 8 ant colonies to the Campanosium. But before we go ahead and make
Ant
the
World Cup.
introduction, there was one more thing I needed to do. Food. I placed in a cup of sweet jelly, so the ants had something to do while in the Campanosium. And what better way to bond with new friends than over dinner? Or actually, in the case of these ants, which are nocturnal, breakfast. Also, in terms of the 8th hole, I'm blocking it off with cotton for now, as I can use this opening as a port to connect to other setups in the future. Okay, AC family, here goes nothing. Are you ready? Let's do this.
I'm ready.
I took colony number 1. Wow, I've always had a special love for colony number 1, probably because it was also one of the largest colonies of the bunch. Also with 12 worker ants now. But guys, have a look at how big the queen
Chat, he
is.
sounds like the
Last
scholars
week,
guy.
before we gave the colony their first meal ever, the queen was a bit skinny, right? But it seems, AC family, after we fed them, it triggered her body to
ready?
make that biological
Get your pen and
switch
paper,
over
scholars.
to full egg production mode. And her gaster was now swollen with upcoming eggs, a condition known as physogastry. I love when queens get physogastric and all fat like a balloon. It's a good sign many more eggs are about to come. I know a lot of you guys are fans of this colony as well. I took the colony and attached it to the Campanosium. Once attached, I now needed to release the ants. However, I didn't want to just rip away the huge cotton blocker because the claustral cell still needs to remain as still and wind-free as possible. So to create the new opening tunnel into the outside world, I have this. A small piece
I'm
of
onto
tubing.
him.
I could just fixate it to some cotton, and it could act as a small door for the ants. I placed the tubing door and cotton into the test tube. I held my breath as I watched the first worker ant emerge into the outside world for the first time in its entire life.
Seems like maybe he's into expansion or whatever
This
it's called.
was such a special event to witness. Prior to this moment, the ant had only known the test tube claustral cell in which it was born. But nothing was more amazing to this ant than what it was seeing and smelling right now as it stepped onto the Campanosium grounds.
Okay.
To
No, as
explore.
how I know, I've seen it. It's like some animated thing, where it's like some animated character, and they start growing in size, and then their parts get massive. So, yo, why is asking me? I don't know where I saw that. Why?
A second ant
It's
came to
the
smell
thing.
the
It's like
fresh outside air.
it's a king that some people have. It's like some expansion king or something. Not me. I've seen that by accident.
The curious
Yeah,
brave
I've not
worker
seen that. I
began
don't
to
know what it's
wander
talking about.
around. It was at this time that I realized, oh yeah,
You mean
it's time
pregnancy
to add
kink?
the other doors and block the
I've
ends
seen
of the
that,
tubes
so-
with cotton, so the ants don't escape. It would also make connecting to the other test tubes much easier when ready. Eventually, the first exploratory
You know what? I
ant
might actually know what
discovered
it's
our
talking
sweet
about.
jelly and began to feast.
I'm not gonna say
The
though.
ant
I don't
filled
know.
up its social stomach to the max. And once
Yummy.
fat like a water balloon, full of sweet jelly, it began to embark on its way back to the colony.
Okay,
It was at this time
I don't mean you should do that. But what if this was bad food, like poison? And would this guy be cast out? He's gonna feed his boys full of poison?
that I decided it was now time to add colony number 2. Also an active and very promising ant colony, colony number 2 seemed like they were eager to break free ASAP.
That's how ant traps work.
Attached. AC family, let's watch. To my surprise, the ants of Colony 2 were not as eager to emerge. They waved their antennae outside the door to smell, but didn't come out. But then something happened that made my heart stop. The full ant of Colony 1 was heading straight for the opening of Colony 2. Ah! 2 pairs of antennae touched, but the full ant thought twice about entering that hole and headed towards the correct nest opening of its birth colony. Whoa! Okay, so no aggression so
Yeah,
far.
don't enter that hole.
Was a good sign. Inside colony number 1, the brave exploratory worker told its entire colony of the awesome food it found just outside the nest and began to regurgitate it up to have the rest of the colony have a taste. This nanitic had done the colony proud. They would be sending out more scouts
Just
soon.
give the queen
but as
some,
for
did it?
colony number 2, still
The
no
queen is
emergence.
disgusting.
Just antennae poking out. Perhaps they weren't ready?
Welcome to the jungle.
Colony number 1 sent out its second scout. It crawled bravely across the barren rocky surface of the Campanosium.
Dude, I would look send
following
one
the pheromonal
to
trail.
work
the
really
last
hard,
scout left
you
on its
come
way
back,
back home,
and I'd
all the way
bang.
to the goods. Bingo! It stopped to fill up.
Yummy.
Just because.
And also made its way back home.
All the way home?
Like the first scout before it, it began to regurgitate the contents of its social stomach to its fellow colony members, and
Dude,
then
it's
to its
breathing.
beloved queen. But looking at colony number 2,
You know
there
when
still seemed to be
bees
no interest
wiggle their
in
butts?
emerging into the
That's
Campanosium.
how they
Itchy.
breathe.
Just a worker at the door,
When they
waving
wiggle,
its antennae out.
they
This
breathe.
was a little disappointing, but I
They don't have
surely
lungs,
didn't
they
want to
breathe
rush
by
them.
wiggling.
Colony
This guy gets a sweet juice, all the nutrients, num num num. Oh wow, all the taste buds, and then he shits it on the ground for everybody
Number
else.
1 had now sent out its
Yeah,
third
yummy.
scout to collect food. It was at this time that I made a very split decision.
Oh, you
I don't know
puked it?
why. Perhaps
Oh.
I was just too eager to see how the ants would
That's
interact
worse.
upon meeting. And considering the fact that colony number 2 wasn't ready for an introduction yet, I made the executive decision to proceed to add colony 3 to the mix.
True.
Like Colony 2, it seemed Colony 3 was not yet willing to emerge. The third scout of Colony number 1 made its way back to the colony with a full gaster. Man, Colony 1 was just doing so well at this. Great work, Colony 1. The queen feasted happily. A worker from Colony 3 kind of emerged, but seemed a bit shy still. Colony 2
Can't-
still
did the
waving those
queen not
antennae
move?
from inside, and Colony 1 sending out their fourth scout now, who crawled across the rocks over to the sweet jelly. Finally, I
Guys,
spotted a worker from Colony
they're born
3
to
getting
rule,
more brave
but they
as
can't
it
move.
wandered outside the hole. Fourth scout of Colony 1 was now full and making its way back home. The workers of Colony 1 were just killing it. They sent out a fifth scout, which wandered around the Campanosium, and at one point I thought it was going to come in contact with one of the other colonies, but nope. It was more interested in eating.
Okay,
As the
at
fifth
least.
scout from Colony 1 began to
Dude,
head back
they're
home,
maximizing
the
I saw
economy
that
first.
there's still no hope
Smart.
for Colony 2 nor
Dude,
3
you
to
maximize the
emerge. I
economy
again
first,
made the
then you
sudden
war.
split executive decision to go
if
ahead
you don't
and
max the
add
economy
fourth
first,
colony
all
to
your
the
population
mix.
is gonna die.
Yes, I was
and
crazy,
you're
I know.
gonna
I
be
just
stuck behind.
really
You can't
badly
scale up.
wanted the ants of the different colonies to interact. But of course, these were ants, and they can't always do what we want them to, right? When
I was
attached,
gonna lame
a
they
worker
gave
emerged from the hole
one colony
cautiously,
such a big
with other
advantage. You
workers
just
behind
put them
it.
all in at the
It
same
wandered
time.
around a bit,
Other,
but then
the
re-entered the
latest
nest,
ones are just gonna
not
get
willing
destroyed.
to risk wandering further. No! That's it! I attached the 5th colony, which of course had no workers yet, and the 6th colony. One of these ant colonies should be ready to come out, but every time I made the attachment, the ants would just kind of peek out and not come outside to forage. I decided to go all the way and attach the final colony.
I'm gonna say how it is. I think it's an unfair test because it's inconsistent on the outside border of the con swab. I think maybe they get lost because it looks like it's scary. It's inconsistent. It has to be flush
to the mix. This is when things
look. Guys, they don't know. Like it's inconsistent from the plastic to the cotton swab. Like, come on, bro.
Very scary turn. And when
True.
I began to realize that my impatience might have been a huge mistake.
All the exits are different.
While I was busy connecting the other colonies, I hadn't noticed that a scout was finishing off its meal. I had assumed it was colony number 1's 6th scout. That was until it began to head towards the opening of colony 3. Oh? Wait a sec. Was this a worker from colony 3 that finally decided to emerge without me noticing? Yay! Finally, colony 3 was sending out its scouts. Perhaps now 2 workers from different colonies would meet up. But AC family, I was not prepared to see what I saw next. A meetup of ant strangers was exactly what happened. I expected the full scout to come rushing into the test tube like usual. But instead, I saw this.
If I smelled it then.
Look whom I found entering our premises, ladies. We've got a trespasser in our midst. A worker had the scout who was encumbered and full of jelly by the antenna.
That means
This
more
was
heavy.
not a scout from colony 3. It was the 6th scout of colony 1
Did I make it
that
help
had
him?
wandered into the wrong hole. Oh no! I tried not to panic. They weren't spraying formic acid yet, and there was a possibility this was the wrestling ritual prior to the process of ant colonies eventually joining forces. My heart stopped.
He's about to get slimed,
as I
yeah.
watched to see what the ants would do next. A second ant came around to smell the newcomer. She seemed quite interested in her full gaster. Oh, I hope they weren't going to kill her. A third ant came to inspect the strange ant with a different colony scent that had been dragged in. Again, the full gaster was of great interest. A fourth ant came to smell her out too. The full ant tried to remain calm in the face of this very tense moment and tried to sneak away, but it was no use. This worker was not about to let go so easily.
Hey, let it go!
Why leave so soon? The worker sneered at the trespasser. Our queen would like to see you now. Instantly, the scout tried to burst away and make a run for it, but the sudden struggle caused a blob of jelly to come bursting out of its mouth from its full turgid crop. The other ants seized the opportunity and drank from this blob like desperate hyenas, hoping for an easy meal. Let me go, the ant pleaded. It was then that the giant queen approached to inspect her minion's latest catch. Now, who do we have here? The queen inquired as she waved her antennae cautiously to smell. Workers continued to drink from the blobs of jelly barfed up as a result of the ants' complete fear.
Ew!
It was at this exact moment that I completely regretted this entire experiment. But one thing I did notice was that they still weren't completely killing this ant trespasser. There was no formic acid spray, no tearing of limbs, no panic, just antenna cuffs and inspection. The full ant seemed
They're
to
interrogating this motherfucker. Where did he find this juice?
To her fate at the hands of these foreign ants. But then, suddenly, the ant who had been holding the ant hostage the whole time got hungry. She was envious of the ants that were able to have a taste of the sweet jelly. So she released her mandible grip and attempted to get the hostage to barf up more jelly. Give me some of that. That was enough for the ant to then spring into action and escape.
Eh!
It leaped up to its feet and ran out the door. It almost went into the hole of Colony 2. But nope, it wasn't going to make the same mistake twice. It quickly cleaned its antennae so it could smell better and headed towards its home scent. It ran back to the correct opening of its true colony, Colony 1, and rushed through the door as fast as it could. OMG guys, you won't believe what just happened to me.
They're gonna get mad at him.
Boy, was she glad to be back home and safe. She proceeded to regurgitate the contents of her jelly collection to her beloved colony members.
Maybe he smells
I
like
stayed out
them.
to monitor the colonies over the next few hours, but none of the colonies had sent out scouts. Only Colony 1 seemed willing to send out scouts, and there were times they'd
Such
come across
noobs.
the other holes but would never decide to enter, nor would there be any signs of aggression from home court. This experiment did not turn out the way I expected. But AC family, now that you've seen exactly what happened, here's where I need your help. The foreign worker ant was dragged into the nest. The ant wasn't killed nor sprayed with formic acid. It was met with semi-aggression, and the ants even tried to feed from it. So my question for you is, what should we do? Should we keep them together and observe what happens, or should we have stuck to the golden rule of ant-keeping of not mixing them? And should I separate them now before this escalates?
Wait, that's
and we
it?
actually lose ant lives?
I thought he was...
AC family,
Dude,
please
so
vote
lame.
under the pinned comment of this video.
Just
by
show the
hitting
war,
thumbs up
man.
On either the post, keep them together, or separate them now. I've been monitoring them non-stop, but I'm actually...
Dude, no one wants to separate them. We all want to see the fucking war, dude.
Where are the posts at? Keep them together. Guys, look. I'm on to these degenerate viewers. Look, all these guys they just want blood.
Yeah, we want war. It's not
unsure what to do
controversial.
here, as
We
the
want to
results
see
aren't
ants
conclusive yet.
go to
Is
war.
this just the equivalent of the typical wrestling that happens prior to colonies joining forces, or is
Watch all the episodes then.
last week? AC family, let's get right to it. After the craziness of last week's episode, the outcome of our little experiment of mixing 7 ant colonies together in hopes that they were a polygynous species of ant, i.e. an ant species which allows multiple queens per colony and would allow for separate colonies to peacefully band together
But how did they
to
spawn
form one huge
a new
super colony
queen?
was quite shocking and a bit of a nightmare. For me anyway. But do stay tuned until the end for a special surprise reveal, as well as for the vote, where I'll be needing all of your help to make another important decision
RNG?
regarding these ant colonies. Now, before I explain what happened as a result of keeping the 7 ant colonies together in the Campanosium, for those of you who are new and are wondering what on earth is going on here, I raised some ant colonies in test tubes from captured queen ants 74 days ago and act as one super colony, which actually happens in some species. If we could get all 7 ant colonies to band together, I wouldn't have to let any of the experiments of the past. I went into this experiment blindly, without knowing whether or not the ant species I had were indeed polygynous. I only had a hunch that they were, based on what I saw with the wild colony at my place from which our queen ants originally came.
Guys,
Plus, I
everybody
knew there
click
were
here.
many
Do I click there?
polygynous carpenter ant species on the side of caution and separate the colonies before any precious ant lives were. Family, check out what I saw in the test tubes the next morning. Ant Colony 1. All the workers were full of food, but my heart dropped when I saw this.
Queen's dying. Mold.
The head and thorax of an ant that had been mercilessly torn in half. Colony 1 had committed ant murder overnight.
On their
I
own
was
though?
so saddened by this. I felt so bad for conducting this experiment. It seemed these ants, or at least this colony, was not willing to form an alliance with other ant colonies. I wondered which colony this murdered ant belonged to. I looked into the other test tubes and was devastated once more when I saw this.
Hold on. What if you were to take a microscopic needle, or like a pip, and put a little color on their back. Just a miniature, like a micro dot, to give them team names.
Another murdered ant in Colony 4. Its carcass lay lifeless in the colony's garbage dump. Which ant colony did this ant belong to? I looked around further. Another dead ant carcass, spotted in Colony 6. No! Whose colony did this dead worker belong to? I eventually found my answer.
It's all their own.
Eh? Dude, what? Wait, I thought it ended the stream. Dude. Chat, something came up there. Well, I gotta read the chat. No, something came up there. Dude, it wasn't. I don't even use Instagram. I don't even use that. I'll have an account, but I don't use it. I was playing chess. Alright, ants. I'm smelling ants.
I nearly cried when I checked up on Colony 8.
Hunter.
Each member stood still as I scanned the test tube. It seems overnight, Colony 8 had lost workers, and to my utter shock, all its brood. This means that one or more of the ant colonies had raided this ant nest, kidnapped all the babies, and murdered the colony's workers. The guilt I felt from seeing all of this was unbearable. I decided to separate all 7 ant colonies and not pursue with the mixing. I think I had enough evidence to determine that these ant colonies of ours were not peaceful to each other and would not blend together.
Okay, so you didn't film the raid?
This species of carpenter ants of ours were indeed monogynous and not polygynous. Thankfully, a few days after this mixing, I checked up on Colony 8 and was pleased to see that the queen had already begun to lay eggs to rebuild the initial army she had lost. I knew Colony 8 would soon bounce back. I would be feeding this ant colony extra food as my way of saying sorry and making things right. Now, AC family, at the start of this video, I mentioned that there would be a surprise reveal.
Guys, this sounds fake, but it's not. Hey, YouTuber, I'm not trying to be weird. It's not like I want blood, but some of these guys, they lost soldiers. You give them new ones, cool, but
all about, Mama?
They need to get it back in blood to even out. They need some kills too.
It's flying ants are sick.
I'll start first with the surprise reveal.
They should be able to raid the opponents.
Queen 5, how she was behind on raising worker ants, and we suspected that perhaps she hadn't mated during her nuptial flight, and were waiting to see if her first adult ant would be a male ant. Because if it did turn out to be male, it indeed meant she hadn't mated and couldn't possibly create her own ant colony. Well, the first cocoon finally hatched this week, and this is the official gender reveal.
It died.
It was male. We were right. And sadly, it means all these babies are male ants.
Oh,
and that she hadn't successfully mated during her nuptial flight 74 days ago. If you're new to ants and don't understand how an unmated queen can go on to even give birth at all, it's strange, I know, but in ant genetics, unmated queen ants can actually go on to lay eggs, but they can only become male ants.
I mean, it's been fun.
Queens need the sperm of a male ant during her nuptial flight to produce females,
been watching xQc,
i.e. worker ants. And so this queen here is pretty much doomed to die, because male ants don't do any work.
Why
won't be
are
able
the
to take care of her. How sad. I think I'll hold on to her for a bit longer and see if maybe worker ants hatch from any of these other cocoons. But if not, I may bury her test tube to allow her to die naturally in the wild.
What if the ones that fly are actually
exactly.
females?
A day watching the goat is a good day. Exactly. If you don't watch the goat,
and
it's all over for you.
We have it all in reverse.
If you watch the goat,
unless you guys have some other suggestions.
Because the goat always wins.
Like Trono Jensen mentioned in his comment, sometimes the result of an experiment might not have the outcome we want. And I was certainly reminded of this fact this week. I'm glad I separated the ant colonies while they were each still stable. I fear if I kept them together any longer, there would definitely have been much more bloodshed. I appreciate all of you who participated in the vote last week. But for those of you who are hoping to see a full-out ant war, I hate to disappoint you, but I'm afraid I just can't allow myself to do it. I do have footage of a wild ant war of fire ants here.
Dog,
if you would like to see what an
war
epic
in
ant
real
war
life,
is like.
but you can't show it for the
But now
experience.
for
Let's be honest.
What a lame ass.
Would it get demonetized if you had an Ant World War massacre?
Dude, ant
Another
morals,
important vote, guys.
this is
Now,
as
I
a part
feel
of
at
nature.
least one of our ant colonies might be ready
Really, dude?
for a home upgrade. Several of our ant colonies have many workers now, and I think it's time to attach one of these
I
birth
get
test
it.
tubes
You don't want to pin Israel
something a
against
bit
Palestine
more
on purpose
homey.
to
But
see
my
how it
question
folds
for
out.
you guys is,
Sure, you don't want to
which
nuke
colony
Iran
should receive the
and then go
new
towards
luxury
Russia
ant farm
because
mansion? This
well,
AC
that's gonna get
ant
people
tower.
killed and it's
Please
bad.
vote in the pinned
But
comments
man,
below.
these are ants,
And
dude.
as usual, AC
Do it for the
family,
content of this.
your wish will be mine.
Yeah, one.
Command.
Guys, what makes the males males? Is it because they have the reproductive organ? Is that what dictates whether they're male or not?
The wings.
No, I know the
dude,
wings.
it's not
Yeah,
the
that's
wings.
the,
The wings is
that's
just,
the physiology.
I think it's reproductive organs, yeah.
Conceptually, is it because of a DNA or a fucking
Funny,
a thing, or is it just because it's the concept of
Dude,
having
funny
the reproductive
trivia.
thing?
that's my video.
Yeah, Bill.
Chat, funny trivia. You know plants? Plants
lot
are
of good questions. Not-
transgender.
From Majestic Quebec.
They change ginger in situations on purpose. Although that's how they work. I'm gonna watch them. No, it's just cop slop.
Yep. Babysits
Dude.
kids in her home.
Stop it, man. Jesus, so much. It's too much. I can't watch all this. No. Not today at least, but tomorrow. And maybe tomorrow too. Yeah, dude, 8 videos again. Alright.
So that's scary. Yep. Won't let him eat unless he does his chores. He hasn't eaten since last night.
She said when she does this,
Every time you play a video
I'm not
about
a road
Israel,
worker.
you have a
I'm,
Jewish mod that starts spanning people that
I
give their
watch
opinion
xQc.
on Israel. They literally banned me on Kick
What
and
the
now
fuck is
time
this
out on
quality? This is
Twitch
not
for a light
HD,
comment.
bitch. What the hell?
If you get timed out, it's probably because it's something that doesn't fly across the board. So, if let's say you make an insensitive comment, right?
xQcl, I love us.
It's not because the current state of affairs is like, oh, everybody does anti-Jew comments, so I can do it. We stand on business, okay? When it comes down to overall shit like that, it's always no. So it doesn't matter what the state of affairs is, it'll be a no. It could be for
Yeah,
anybody else, it
I
could be for
love
fucking-
Jews.
The people that
It's
study
just
rocks,
I hate
it could be
when
the people that
on
study
Sabbath
fucking
they turn off the
astrology,
electronic device and they stop
astronomy.
radiating my brain.
We don't give a shit.
Because I'm
It'll be-
fried
it'll
on my
be-
brain,
Check
and
I'll take your
my
license
brain is
plate. I got you.
adjusted to radiation. If I don't get a radiation, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna not think straight. And I know
I'm
they're
down for
doing this on
30
purpose though,
seconds.
because you have these Jews out
there is,
there.
right?
And they
Send that
turn off the
retard
electronics
dog.
on Sabbath,
He will throw his
and then
mom
you've got
into
these Jews out there
He
that don't.
picked up his garbage at the video.
What a fucking joke!
Riots incoming. Should be dead. That was the other video. I mean, doesn't look too crazy, but still, probably just got caught in the crossfire of chat.
No one's coughing, man. That's just a goat.
I got you.
There's no ghosts. Any ghosts out?
Yeah, all kinds.
Don't know about
Dude,
Jewish
I
mod,
installed
absolute
Christmas
scam.
lights.
I called
right?
out anti-Semitism in the chat and got timed out
And
for simply calling
every
it out.
every
There is
time
a
on
difference
3
between
p.m.
anti-Israel and anti-Semitism.
and to 11
Well, yeah,
p.m.
no, yeah,
all
but-
of a sudden
yeah,
they
but
turn
you're on the
on
internet
even
in
though
the
it's
current
not
day and
on,
age,
and then they
if you
go
say
off
anything
automatically.
that isn't
What's
negative
that other
about
one? Is
the
that a ghost again?
entire
Dude,
conglomerate of things
I think there's a.
that we think
I
is
think
bad,
there must have been a
you're a
Jew
fuckhead. That's
living
what they do.
here.
That's what they do.
Every
That's what
Sabbath, he turns off the lights and making bug at him because he musters all his spiritual strength and tries to turn off the lights.
Actor or some shit like that.
Because he can't work on Sabbath.
I think that's fucking weird shit. It's not strawman. That's what it is. That's what it is. Like, if somebody says, guys, by the way, being Jewish. And being pro-Israel
my house
government
is a lot of big windows.
Different things.
So if I do a house tour,
you fucking weird bootlicker.
They're gonna come after me because they already send jet planes
that's fucking weird as shit.
above my house to try and find me
endeavor
because they know my location and they don't know exactly which house I live in.
On July 27th, 2024, Beaver Creek Police in Ohio respond to a quiet neighborhood after a woman reports encountering a young boy covered in lash marks and begging for help. What begins as a standard welfare check soon reveals a level of abuse far more disturbing than anyone could have imagined.
And then you find out it looks like you beat him, okay?
The following is based on official police records, and some of the footage has never been seen before until now. When officers arrive, paramedics are already speaking with the 12-year-old boy, assessing his injuries as the woman who called 911, Lisa Shawn, stands close by, waiting to tell them what she saw.
A lot of people that are Israeli, a lot of people that are Jewish are not for what the government is doing and what their leaders are doing. They're anti all of it, and they get lumped in and they get fucking demonized like everybody else. And I think it's fucking weird as shit. And on top of which, and I'm pretty sure that there's probably people that are drafted and listen to the army that are against everything that they're asked to do. What can they do? Oh, dude, then they should go to jail and throw. And then if you were in their shoes, you probably wouldn't even do that. Let's give it about. You wouldn't even do it yourself. You want the world to do things that you wouldn't do yourself.
Well, if they drink my blood, they're gonna get poisoned.
Blizzard.
Just it was what it is.
A big thing that happened back then.
Dude,
when there was
I've had these mosquitoes all over my walls, and they're splashed all around. I'm the mosquito genesis.
Blizzard, fuck you.
Dude, all the mosquitoes in my area fucking die because of me.
Let's be honest. If you work your entire life for one of the most prestigious jobs and the highest paying, good thing on your resume, you would quit your job when you relocate your entire family for this shit. You would just quit. Fuck you. Suck the top. Suck the top. I know for a fact you wouldn't do that shit. You would not do that.
Can you explain what happened? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I live in this neighborhood and I was out for a walk and took him riding up to me super fast and he stopped and he was crying and he said, "Can you help me? My mom abuses me. I need help. She's gonna come after me."
Okay.
And I looked at his back and I'm like, "Oh my god." I'm like, "Yeah, come with me."
Yeah.
So he's gonna hide me. Yeah. Called the police.
Yeah.
He's been talking to me. I've been asking questions. I used to be a probation officer for work, so
I understand. It's been a process.
Officers now turn their attention to the boy, who is visibly shaken,
Guys,
but nothing can prepare them for the details he's about to share.
I don't know what they did, but
what's going on?
And they have black teeth.
How long has this been going on?
6 years almost.
Okay.
What are you saying? I would of course go to jail before I kill babies.
Yeah, it's really young.
Okay. I got you. You're okay, that hey, something what you do now. We're here to help. What we're gonna try and do is try to figure out what's going on.
Speak up, bro.
Clearly visible on the boy's back are numerous long welts that stretch across his back, arms, and neck, some fresh, others in various stages of healing, indicating that the abuse has been happening for quite some time.
From what they've told me, it sounds like it's your mom.
Just a goat.
Gotcha. And what was her name?
Right, all these things make me think that. Every time
Gotcha.
the goat proves me right. I mean, the legacy speaks for itself. He always wins. He's always right. It's takes him to die for. Right? People will say that I have good takes all the time, and I'm very productive all the time because I watch xQc. And it's because I watch xQc with the goat. I learn everything I do from the goat. And how are you supposed to not be incorrect if the goat has done everything for you? Right, it's free.
Okay. I know this is a lot, so take your time, okay?
Mine goes to Rakai.
Nope, she's not getting.
I think Rakai was the guy that's... No, Rakai was the...
Officers begin
That's a brave
reaching out
kid.
to child
I think
services
Rakai
to
was the
ensure the
one that
boy's
stole the
safety and
flower
find a
pot.
suitable guardian. In the meantime, they
And they got
continue
mad
speaking
when
with
someone made a
Lisa,
joke
who
over it.
shares even more unselling details the boy told her.
Or he was the guy that just couldn't stop thinking about sucking dick. I'm not sure.
Babysits kids in her home.
Gotcha.
So that's scary.
Yep.
Won't let him eat unless he does his chores. He hasn't eaten since last night. She's been abusing him for years. She smokes weed and other drinks in the house. She acts crazy. He's pretty open.
Yeah, you know what's funny?
He had to wear a
you know, back in the day, you had all these languages, right? And you have the Bible, right? You have the Bible, and you know what language is written in? In Hebrew. So that's Jews. And you've got Greek. You know, Greece, it has all these philosophers, and so the language Greek is the language for philosophers, and then Hebrew is the language for prophets. So when you think about Netanyahu, and when he said, I'm not sure what he, I don't know what he says, but I think he's got something in his head. I think he's got people talking to himself in his head. Then we trace back the lineage. I think my grandpa, he was schizophrenic, and I'm pretty sure he was half Jewish. So he's basically a prophet, and so am I, right? I don't speak Hebrew, but I do speak English.
I get.
The boy is helped into the ambulance, where paramedics begin checking his...
Guys, I used to wear these long sleeves and long pants, because they would ask me about my bruises, because we used to skateboard and we used to eat shit all the time. I was covered in bruises, but I wasn't getting abused or whatever. So I would cover my shit because I didn't want to be asked questions about it.
Attempting to comfort him.
What's the blood pressure looking like? Blood pressure is when your heart pumps and then relaxes, there's pressure, and that's what it monitors, and that tops the heart rate. Does that make sense?
And you're a little stressed right now, so it's probably a little bit higher than we'd expect for a kid your age. But that's okay.
Yep.
Dude, babies have very high heart rates. I know this because...
What's going on inside? Make sense? Yeah. Awesome.
I just know this.
Really quick, doing great.
Babies, their heart rate at base can reach into the hundreds when they're very little.
So when she does this, it's with an electrical cord. I got you.
Yeah, XC's always right. Dude, this fucking static noise is so annoying.
Yeah.
Jesus, man. Sandpaper room.
Utensils and metal utensils and stuff like that.
When I was
That's true.
With the lady who called us, she was
you don't know what you don't know.
Eaten in a while as well, is that correct?
Yeah, I haven't eaten since last night. Yeah.
Since last night?
Yeah.
Gotcha. And is that common that your mom won't let you eat for extended periods of time?
Well, I hope they feed her the prison burger.
I have like morning food, and I have like 12 o'clock middle of the day food, and then nighttime food.
Does this guy even go to school?
The warden burger, sorry, wrong one.
How are you gonna have chores in the middle of the day if you're supposed to be at school?
And I can't eat until I finish those chores, and I had just started my chores, so I haven't ate it since yesterday.
Okay.
Officers hand the young boy a map on their phone, and he's able to point out where he lives. The 12-year-old is transported to Dayton Children's Hospital.
Was school invented
return to
by
Lisa,
the monks,
for him remains
the Germans, or the Jews?
Like, what the fuck?
Riddle me that.
Call us, but we aren't going to probably have an answer.
I'm not sure.
Okay.
So one of two things is going to happen.
It's probably just a mixture of all of them.
He feels comfortable with,
okay,
and have her come pick him up from Children's. Okay, good. Or Children's Services is going to get involved. Regardless, Children's Services is getting involved, but we are hopefully going to get him to a family member.
You know, in the Middle Ages, you have these crusades. The Germans went into Lithuania.
We're going to go make contact with her.
Not where I'm from.
Attempt to arrest her.
Even though they say I'm where I'm from.
Yeah.
And they massacred the Lithuanians and Germanized them in the name of Christ because they wanted to crusade.
When they arrive, they find 36-year-old
and they have,
Miller
and you say that's kind of bad and evil, but then you realize they had sick ass knight armor, so that's kind of base idea.
Yeah, he got in trouble.
Okay. Good.
Where's he at? What's going on?
So he was
they had the
the
helmets with horns on them and feathers and shit.
Some of the injuries he sustained.
He got a whipping.
I gotcha. So by all means, you can do the parenting that you see fit.
Okay.
The hard part is he has open gashes on his back and scars from where you've lashed him. And so you are going to be currently under arrest, okay?
Mm.
Go ahead and drop what's in your hands. Put your hands behind your back for me, please.
It's always these parents that act like toddlers when they have children, and then they treat their children like you'd expect toddlers would treat their children. You know, you disagree on something, you hit him. You're jealous for a piece of food, you hit him. Right? He said something you don't like, you hit him. He played wrong, okay, you hit him. You fucking cry and scream and hit him.
Can I put that in my car?
Yeah, we can put all this back in your car, yeah.
Do I need my ID or anything?
I will grab your ID really quick if that's okay with you. Is there anything else that needs to go? Is there a reason you have a
She would fail the verification. This could have been prevented if you just implemented the
license. Would you like this stuff in your car, you said? Do you want your keys with you? Or your wallet?
I'm under arrest.
Yes, ma'am, you are.
The steak knife is a notable find, especially considering the boy claimed his mother sometimes used utensils to punish him. Officers placed Stephanie in the back of the patrol vehicle, and after returning her son's bike to the property, they begin questioning her about what happened, and what she says next leaves them stunned.
Alright, ma'am. So what exactly happened?
I'm sorry, I didn't go too far. He hit
yeah, Netherlandian, yeah. No, Netherlandish.
I've never whooped him this bad, so
Flemish.
I probably did go a little too far with disciplining him, but I didn't realize he had any.
No, I mean Brabantian.
Like said,
it's the same thing.
Oh, okay.
Well, no, I'm.
No, what
call it?
Oh yeah. Then you're
Gelrish.
And then she starts getting belted. Yeah. Was that be okay? No, it would be inappropriate.
He got his PlayStation to again his phone.
Okay, what did he do to get in trouble?
He wasn't doing his chores. He was playing this game instead of.
Okay, I got you.
I'm sorry.
Now there was some previous scoring on him. What was that from?
He's an active kid. Climbs trees and we hike, and he was running.
I mean, it was whips all around his body, so don't lie to me, okay?
She's got him working on the cotton field.
What?
Those 12 o'clock chores
thing?
Taking cotton.
Since me and my ex broke up.
Now I will say sometimes discipline doesn't really
he's a father
some
figure.
Children.
Fucking
Other
Burger
forms
Andy.
Of discipline works, such as, you know, talking to them in a nice manner. Some kids don't take well to physical discipline. So it's just about changing up and how you do that. You can't just, I mean, I'm going to be flat out. It looks like you beat him, okay? And no child should go through that. No person should go through that, okay?
Right.
So surely it's the kid acting up because of the breakup, not her lashing out.
You know what I made yesterday?
Because she's hurt from the breakup. Surely, I mean that clearly is
what's
happening.
Right now?
No.
Beef.
I guess I made a mistake. So I got
ground beef.
Things happen.
Salt.
Stephanie Miller was taken to the Greene County Jail and later pleaded guilty to 1 felony count of child endangerment and 1 misdemeanor count of domestic violence. On May 22nd, 2025, Miller was...
What's on her head? What is that?
Garlic.
The fuck is that? It's not cut straight up? I don't get it.
Sentenced to 6 months in the Greene County Jail, followed by 5 years of intensive probation and mandatory...
You know what, chat? Do you see it? If you blur your eyes and you back up a little bit, it looks like an eagle. It's hiding behind her. Look, this is the face. This is like the horns or whatever, or like the ears. Or
I see it. Yeah, I see it.
And that's the wing, all the way down there. You see it?
Looks like a squirrel.
You see it, right?
Participation in a domestic violence intervention program.
Like a griffin.
From Lord of the Rings with a hand raised up and then a shield on this side.
With a no contact
big
order
shield
preventing Miller from seeing him. If you'd like to see select new videos early and help us keep uncovering case files that rarely come to light, you'll
McDonald's is good, but it's only good if you only get cheeseburger, double cheeseburger with chicken nuggets. Otherwise, it's not good. So, but it's the same thing. I already explained it. I can't talk if I don't have anything to say.
More being than his own mother. I mean, she's a burger. A burger. She's a slab. A lager. A fucking a grease ball.
You know, one of those people that eat when they're at home with family, they eat at the dinner table, and then they talk while eating, and then when they're driving to work in the car, they record themselves on TikTok eating in the car and talking while eating in the car. And at work, they eat and drink coffee and talk to your coworkers while eating. And then when they get home, drive home again, they make another TikTok where they talk to the TikTok viewers and eat at the same time. And then they get home and they eat more, even more food with their whole family, and they eat. And then they get a late night snack and they eat.
Yeah.
That's how it goes. If you don't know, the optimal way to eat is when you wake up, you eat. And then when your family gets home, you eat. All throughout the day you don't eat because you watch xQc instead of eating. If you actually had something to do in your life, like watching xQc all day, you wouldn't eat so much. You wouldn't be fat so much because xQc is the GOAT and he deserves it. He never gets what he deserves, but he deserves it.
September 17th, 2023, Lake County deputies.
Oh yeah, cool. You fucking. Wow, congratulations.
Dude, I can't IRL stream. It's gonna tank. It's gonna tank my
would take the lead in the moments ahead.
Like my mobile data thing in minutes.
Oh, 5 killer, really?
Actually.
So it's a 5-star.
Dude, I can watch a YouTube video for 5 minutes and it costs me like $30 a month. Fucking joke. Dude, you know what? At this point I should just hack into the servers, like jailbreak into the server rooms, connect my thingamajig, import a code and send the code to my PC or my phone. No, Finland has crazy good internet. Like, well, it depends on where you are. I mean, if you're at the coast, like, if you're in the Swedish speaking regions, it's pretty good. In like the bigger cities, it's pretty good.
It sends a beep that everybody knows.
Out in the north, it's dog shit.
Look at your phone when you're driving. And it goes, and that means pull over. A chasing or like something's going on in the street.
The best internet is in Singapore.
Emergency service vehicle and the
then
whole
Korea.
ship pulls over.
Then
and the street opens up like Moses split the Red Sea.
Probably some microstates, like the Vatican. Uganda?
Why not?
Doesn't Rwanda have good internet?
At this point, officers back off. Eagle 1.
I know if you're in Egypt, your internet's fucking dog shit because you basically live in the second India.
Eventually, Eagle 1 spots the vehicle turning into a dead-end neighborhood. Deputies close in, setting up stop sticks and preparing to box him in.
Justin,
what state is that? This is Florida? Looks like Florida to me.
I like these big trees.
I don't like they would get cooked.
They're good looking. I like those. I hate big open lawns though. They're just not fun. Dude, I don't hate fields, I just hate fields when they're cut. I like fields that are grown in like farming fields. Or big open step fields. Not these sucky ass mowed lawns. They suck.
The car doesn't go anywhere.
If I wanted to, because they suck to walk on anyway, you know? You're gonna get your feet dirty anyway. So why mow all of them? I thought you just build a road. You just lay some bricks on the ground, man.
Nah,
you can walk on bricks.
Nah, that was sweet. A little risky though, but.
You still put the fucking stars in the
That was a little bit NVL, but it's all good.
What the hell?
Guys, there's no rules for NVL in real life. If anybody wants to do NVL, they're allowed to.
Ah, they got his ass. Jeez. Dude, the old man on the lawnmower.
NVL is non-value of life.
He's throwing stuff out the window.
Yo, Sean.
Get ready.
Oh, bananas.
Dude, I'm beginning to feel like a rap god there. No, 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 don't let go.
Just pit. Okay, hold on. Can be risky. I don't know what the initial. Oh, is aggravated assault. If he's armed and it reverses into them. But yeah, as long as you dip it, yeah.
Wait, his bumper's glitching.
I mean, look how much friendly fire you would get on the stop stick here, though.
The whole PD for this, really.
At this point, why wouldn't they ram him? Because why would you? Your engine block's in front, his is in front. You're gonna ram him and then put your car in, and his is fine. Oh!
Ah, GG's then. So GG's.
Watch
so
out!
over. You can't control this. It's impossible, actually. Dude, just stop the fucking car, man. You're gonna get caught, you noob. Dumbass noob. There's always these noobs that can't predict, man.
He's on the rim.
Dude, laggy ass noobs abusing the lag.
Whoa.
And then when someone finds out their trick, they rage quit. Fucking noobs.
Oh, somebody pick that shit up, man. Yo, somebody pick it up.
You're so predictable too. Like, you're gonna jump at the last moment, abusing the lag so I can't react. Right. You're gonna move to the left at the last moment, abusing the lag so I miss.
Oh shit, that's insane!
Like I'm gonna go fast the next time, you noob.
Woo! Damn, son.
Such a fucking noob. I call Marty.
Chad, this is forward.
Dude, what is he doing, man? You're gonna spin out, man. You noob. What the hell? So bad.
As long as you counter steer and you give it a little gas, you should be fine, no?
Dude, how is this Tokyo drifting? Overcorrect, Andy. Alright, he got it then. Dude, how is there still tire on this one? Yeah, dude, they have these carts where you can... Where you can kind of drift... It's kind of spins out on purpose, and you gotta... You can like drive sideways and it just simulates a drift. They look kind of fun, but if you're dangerous though, because they don't have many brakes. Yeah, all good, man. How you doing, dude? Oh, he chose the wrong path.
I mean, he gets more grip on the grass at this point.
End. Wait, huh?
Wait, dead end. Guys, dead ends are
okay,
a
well,
construct
GG.
that... Oh, okay, well... Oh, good, GG.
Look at that bad guy! Look at that bad guy, Murphy! Look at that bad guy! Get off the ground!
Owie.
Turn over! Let go of my dog!
Fucking
Owie.
My dog! Get on the ground! Look at that bad guy! Let go of my dog!
Owie.
Good boy.
Doggy.
Here. Good boy.
That's cute.
Good boy. Good boy.
You could have bitten him in the ass.
Chad, that must hurt bad, no?
Good boy, Murphy. Good boy. Good boy. Good boy. Good job, Murph. Good boy, Murphy. Good boy, buddy. What's he reaching for? Nothing, this pants. Good job, Murphy. Good job, buddy. Sure, Murphy.
W. Murphy.
That must be terrible.
nothing. You just put lights on passenger side.
Yeah, it must have been infected and everything because of all the saliva and shit.
I can scrape the side.
I mean, it's a dog, of course.
Suspect, 26-year-old Henry Lee Gamble Coleman, was taken into custody
26.
after a K-9 apprehension. He was charged with grand theft auto, aggravated battery on law enforcement, and fleeing
That's
to
what a dog is
His
supposed to
bond
do,
was
right?
set at $16,000.
This is a
while
good
records don't
dog.
show a sentencing for this
The
incident.
type of
He was
dog,
booked again in May 2024
you put him in
on
the
charges including resisting
armed
without violence,
forces,
possession of a controlled
you give him
substance,
to
and sexual
hunters,
battery. All suspects are innocent
farmers,
until proven guilty in a court of
sheep
law.
herders.
Ever wonder what kind of mindset makes someone hit the gas and broad
That's what a
daylight while
dog
sitting in a
is
stolen car?
supposed to do.
Sun's out
That's
and life is
a
normal,
primal
and the person
dog.
still decides the smartest thing to do
It's the
is
best
play a game
dog.
of cop.
Chat, booked again means that he was possibly released, no? In
Right,
between?
but I'm at work
I mean, they got
right
booked again
now.
for new charges unless they held him.
Hard
they had,
at work.
They had on other.
What about you? Are you hard at
That's
work?
awful.
To win. Thieves rarely plan their
Really?
escape. They improvise on the fly, and these people driving.
What do you say to the new victims of their crimes? Of a criminal that you let go of?
Every decision they make impossible.
Dude, John
You
Cobb
can
needs
see it in
to
the way they
turn off
move
his
the car,
fucking
no
filter.
plan, just reacting to whatever's in front of them. But
It's
this
actually
is what's good about
obnoxious.
day work because it doesn't hide anything. It shows you every bad decision as it happens. After a while, as a cop, you can spot when someone's just trying to outrun the mess they made without just purpose. Watching this guy go from "I got this" to "I'm done" is one of the reasons cops do this job. The way these criminals are wired is truly something to be studied because they'll risk a car.
Yeah, I've
a
been
dog
studying
bite
this
in
for
their
so
own
long
How
now.
popular Cosmo is? Do you think people might be purposely trying to get into Cosmo video? No, not really.
Dude,
All these
most of these
people that
criminals,
acknowledge the cameras, and
it's-
acknowledge the videos.
if they're not on
and the
drugs,
edits, this is as bad.
it's
this
almost
is as far as we've
always
gone, as I've seen it.
they're
Maybe in
retarded.
the future, perhaps people
Okay,
play around it.
if you
Figure out
honestly
what the
think you
zeros
can
are, but
make
at
money
least to this
being a
moment,
criminal, you're a
the worst
retard.
we've seen is,
You can't make
people that
shit being a
acknowledge the existence
criminal,
of the video.
okay? The only thing it's gonna do for you is land you in jail
allegations are different, they're more
or
spontaneous,
make you
so it'd
stressed.
be hard to tell.
Okay, no one likes criminals.
Well, anyway,
People hate criminals.
else?
The way you make money is by being valuable.
I'll give it
If you're a
a
criminal,
shot.
you're
We'll see what
below
happens.
valuable.
Could be good.
Okay?
Could be bad. I'll give it a true shot. How about that?
You will not make money stealing from people. You will not make money selling drugs. The only thing is gonna end up happening is you're gonna spend hours planning this shit, and you're gonna make pennies, and you're gonna get hooked on drugs.
Like what?
Right? You're gonna go crazy.
Is the mother
Just what it
of
is. It is
43-year-old
what it is.
Crystal Krug. In a few seconds, she's going to find
So all these
Crystal's
criminals
lifeless
that are
body
not on drugs, they're all
inside this
retards.
very
They all
garage.
act like toddlers, actually. Right? They never learned that when you go wrong, you get punished for it. And then they try to outrun the punishment all the time, every time. They can't help but deflect, right? They can't mentally comprehend being wrong, you know?
The man
They
who
deflect,
killed her. He's heading
they
in for
push the
another
blame,
long workday,
they
just minutes
just
after
lie
leaving
out of
his
nowhere.
wife's
It's
lifeless
always the
body
same thing,
in
man.
the
It's always the
garage of
same
their own
pattern of
home.
thinking that these people have. You know, criminals are
Reason why, like,
always
some guy just says, like what? Ask a
like
question, then
habitual.
yes,
You know,
your
people
chat.
that
That was- it
rob
was dumb.
stores, they don't
It's-
just rob one thing every now and then because they can't afford to take this item, even though they need the item, so they just have to steal. That's what they want you to think. That's what they think themselves. No, they steal because they like stealing. That's all there is to it. They don't steal on purpose. They don't steal. They don't steal for a greater ideal. They don't steal for a purpose. Right? They just steal because they want to. That's all there is to it. They steal. They see an item. Oh, I steal. I always steal, right? And they think they're justified in doing it because they're toddlers, right? They only think about themselves. They think, I want something, I deserve that because I want something. Fucking toddlers. That's how a toddler thinks, dude.
Yo,
Like, these people get jealous
this intro is,
because they're toddlers. Only toddlers get jealous, dude.
You need to change that.
If you get jealous nowadays, you're a fucking toddler, dude. You're a retard.
Talk to Detective Mike, kind of have an idea what's going on.
Yes.
This is Crystal Krug, months before her murder. She lives here with her husband, Daniel Krug, and their 3 children. Both Crystal and her husband are well educated and seem to have built a comfortable life together.
Yeah.
with
I
their
know
kids.
they like
But
to
behind
say they do it
closed doors,
because they have no money.
dark is
Reality is,
happening that will destroy this beautiful
thugs
family.
make
All
less
because
money
Crystal's been dealing with a
with
stalker
all the
obsessed
risk
with her,
than
sending her
a
constant
fucking
threats and
McDonald's
claiming to watch her
janitor.
every move.
If
This
you
officer is
get
here
a
to check
part-time
her car
job
for GPS
at
trackers or
McDonald's
anything that could
flipping
explain how the
burgers,
stalker
you're gonna
keeps
make
finding
triple
her.
the amount of money you
Reality,
can make
the
as a
stalker
fucking
is
drug
much
dealer,
closer
as a
than
fucking thief.
anyone
You
could have
make
imagined.
pennies and you're risking all of it, right? All these people that steal, they say they do it for the money because they truly think they do it for the money. And sure, they do it for the money. It's just they're so retarded about money. And they think they're justified in just committing crimes for no reason. If they actually had a sense of how to earn money, they wouldn't have been so fucking poor and to the point where they were going to steal to make money. No one that actually has the capacity to make money steals for money. You wouldn't fucking steal for money. It's just so fucking retarded. Or you would just work a simple job. You can get, dude, mow your neighbor's lawn and you're gonna make more money, bruh. And he's gonna love you for it. Like, it's not that hard. If you really need the money, there's always ways out of this, and that's not fucking stealing, right? The reason we have society and what it runs is because of money, right? It's all about money.
I'm Dan. Nice to meet you. Johnson,
because people love money. They value money. They want to work for money. If you don't work for your money and you just steal shit, you're not a valuable person. You're gonna run out of money. No one's gonna give you any money, right? It's completely contradicted to the point of what money is, you know, to steal it.
According to Daniel, the only thing that's gone is their spare house key. If someone stole that, it means they aren't done and might have plans to come back at some point.
Yeah, I mean,
the officer advises
the thing is, it's so risky. No reasonable person would ever risk committing crimes for money if they could have just worked for it. Like, it takes maybe 25% more work to earn your money versus stealing it or doing it through crime. But it takes like 2,000 amount of the risk. No, like literally infinite amount of the risk, and like 2,000, 3,000 x the stress. It's just crazy. You're crazy. You act like a toddler if you actually think drug dealing or crime is a way to make money reliably. It's just not reliable. It's like you're gambling. You're literally a fucking gambler, right? All these guys, the only reason they do it is because they don't even need the money. They don't really need the money. It's because they're gonna fucking drink, they're gonna take drugs, and they're gonna gamble. Right? That's why they feel the urge to need money right now. They need it right now, right? You can literally sign up for the government and get money for free without ever working for it. Like, there's government programs that give you money for doing nothing, actually. Dude, you think how do you think children or orphans get by? They get money for free. They don't do anything for it. It's not a good thing. I think most people that do that are completely miserable. Because, I mean, most of them are fucking crazy, and no one likes them. Or they're orphans, or that's even worse. But it's just, crime is just the lowest of the low. Right, there's no way this is defined. You're at the end of the road, and this is the only option left. There are so many options. This is literally the most vegan option you could have taken, and you did it on purpose because you wanted to. Or you didn't do it because you had to, you did it because you wanted to. Or you wanted to be a criminal. It's always these pushing the blame guys. They get a hard on being a criminal. Or they're thugs. They have a thug mindset.
Documenting every message she gets.
You know, school shooters, they always rationalize this in a way where they have to, or these guys, they deserve it because they did this and they did not, and they were a part of this system that is so against me, right? Because it's all about me. That I'm completely justified in doing this. So this is not how it works, you know?
Showing her husband Daniel at his workplace. Now the stalker isn't just targeting Crystal. He's coming after her family.
Yeah, I think, but even then, I think there's a difference between doing shady work versus doing criminal work. I think evading taxes is kind of a different thing. I mean, all rich people evade tax, and even though it's illegal, it's not like thug level illegal, right? There's a difference between being a taxi driver that's not registered and selling fentanyl to fentanyl addicted meth heads, right? That's something different. It's just one guy is murdering people. Right? One guy is part of a fucking criminal organization, a criminal network, murdering people, stealing from people, making life worse for everyone, and the other guy is like tax evading. He's just evading taxes. He doesn't want to be registered for a government, and that forces them to get insurance, but the insurance doesn't ever pay when they are supposed to pay. So it's basically just another form of tax, right? I don't want to pay for your fucking insurance, and I'm not I shouldn't be forced to pay for insurance, right? If you want to tax me more, just say so, dude. If you're a broke boy, just say so. You want more of my money? Okay, then tax me the money. I don't want a fucking insurance, dude. It's just so cumbersome. Like, just say you want to tax me more, man. I'm not gonna pay for the fucking insurance. Like, you can come to my door every time, say I need to pay for the insurance and I don't have insurance. I'm not gonna pay for insurance, dude. I don't want insurance, dude. It's not gonna work out. It's not gonna work out that way, man. Just ask for like 50% more tax. I don't give a fuck. If you just not fucking insurance, it's gonna go to the worst of people, man.
Alone, so she hires a private investigator to track down Anthony's addresses and digital history. Then, on Halloween night, she calls the police.
So, how can I help you tonight? What's going on? Yeah, so I have an ex from a very long time ago.
Like a construction, taxi. The difference is that those are actually respectable jobs. It's just they're trying to find loopholes, right? They're just finding loopholes. I think that's different than actively committing crime on purpose and then falsely justifying it in your head, like you deserved to do this to other people and the other people deserve this to happen to them, when you're just being evil for like nothing, versus being involved in society enough to try and find loopholes. I think like, you're not good for finding loopholes and trying to do everything to, like, it's greedy. Okay.
Documents each detail and forwards the case to the department's
but I mean,
unit.
it's like the other side does the same thing. They're pushing your ass for taxes so hard that you can't escape anything.
Who's worked some of
right?
Broomfield's toughest cases, including abductions and violent crimes. Martinez
like, it's not the same.
It's not the same. For the following week, hoping to get a clearer picture of what exactly is happening.
Not all crimes are bad.
Really is.
Right? Not all crimes are equal. The law is there because it can be changed and perfected, okay? It's just some crimes are obviously... You know what? I've been going against drug dealers a little bit too hard, but we should legalize all drugs. The problem is, because drugs are illegal, the worst of the worst are selling all the drugs. Like, you could just make this thing taxable, earn money out of it, and the druggies get a better product, and companies get to sell it more, and the fucking thugs that have guns and shit and oppose normal civilized armed men are given less power now. That's like a win max win if you legalize it. Like, what happened to fighting wars to sell drugs in China? Nowadays we fight wars against selling drugs in our own country. Dude, we don't want to sell it in our own country only. We want to sell it in Africa. We want to sell it in Europe. We want to sell it to Russia. We want to sell it to China, dude. We want to sell the drugs everywhere. Like, maximize the things you can control, minimize the things you can't control. What are we doing, dude? Like, is this some kind of joke? I mean, I think you can treat it this way, right? Treat it, you can sell drugs, but you're regulated, right? If you're a company that's regulated, you have to work with the government, obviously. But you can still get charged for poison. Like, if you sell someone a drug, even a legal drug nowadays, a pharmaceutical drug that's prescribed to you. If you sell a guy some anti-schizo meds, and you prescribe him like a kilogram of anti-schizo meds, and he's gonna swallow the kilogram of anti-schizo meds, he fucking dies because he swallowed a kilogram of anti-schizo meds. you're gonna get charged for murder because you fucking poisoned his ass, right? I think the same thing you can do with illegal drugs, right? If they're gonna purposefully sell people that are fucking druggies and then overdose them, just don't sell drugs to an already druggie, you know? Don't sell alcohol to the guy you know is driving and drinking, you know? Just refuse selling it to them because you don't want to get charged with murder because you poisoned someone, dude. Right? It doesn't mean legality doesn't mean you can just everyone should all do all drugs. It just means you regulate it properly without fighting thug armed militias and literally creating a civil war out of nothing. Like you're making something out of nothing. Like the drug wars were a nothing burger problem. They weren't a problem if you just took the cocaine farms and made the cocaine yourself. You would have gotten a bunch of money, and the cocaine addicted people would have been able to get help because the people selling them were good people. Now, no, you give the cocaine farms to the people that have fucking the fucking mafia, like the Colombian mafia, and you let them sell it for a max win, and then you kind of go against them, but you can't go against them because it's in Colombia, right? It's outside of our jurisdiction, and you ruin whole countries doing this. What's the problem in Mexico, in Colombia, is that there's cartels running the show. Like the government has no power because the fucking cartels own the whole source of income for the country. Like they spend all their money selling drugs. That's their whole trade income. It's drugs, right? And then the guys that own all the drugs are fucking criminals. Like the whole country is run by criminals. And then they're illegitimate too. Like it makes no sense. You have whole countries being run by criminals that are not... it's like Palestine, you know? Or you just make a mess of things. If you have these people that are just totally non-integrated into the global sphere of influence. Right? And I don't know anything about Australia though. I don't know nothing. I know the capital is like a nothing burger city. I don't know Sydney.
When she sits down with Martinez, the situation has already escalated far beyond what Crystal first reported.
So, I mean, like, he saw, like, full pictures of my family, of my kids.
Yeah, true.
Like, I locked down my protocol real fast after this, because it was pretty alarming, right? Where he's like, we're meant to be together, and my family loves that we're talking. And I'm like, whoa, you think about our relationship? So I shut down real hard. I said, this is really creepy for me. You need to stop. And he got, like, real emotional, and then blocked me. I'm kind of like, good. And I watched the end, and I'm like, and then I shut down Facebook entirely. The one development that I have, I did get the full-blown report from the PI problem, and you'll see this in this report. There are tons of phone numbers associated with
the way you solve corruption, the way you solve criminals in power, is by making your administration more open, right? Nowadays we have all these these institutions, these agencies like the CIA, you know, Donald Trump, and they release the Epstein files, and what you see is a big PDF file with a bunch of black lines all over it. Right? They don't say anything. They say they do something and they never show it. How are we supposed to trust you? How do you expect people to trust you when you say a bunch of shit and then you never actually do the shit you say you do, and you never say what you actually do? Like, you're just lying. You're just lying and hiding what you actually do, right? Maybe be a little bit more open with your practices so we can see what's going on. You know, that way, people that do good stuff outcompete the guys that don't do good stuff. You know?
them. There are tons of addresses. He moves everywhere and between like 3 different states.
As Crystal walks the detective through her evidence, 2 details immediately stand out. First, her stalker isn't just texting her from random numbers. He's using multiple phone lines and different digital identities, finding ways to reach her even after she changes her information. Whoever this is, they're persistent, resourceful, and frighteningly determined.
At one point, can't you create like diagrams of, like a Venn diagram? Somebody who can do this, that, that. At one point, do this so somebody overlaps it. The pool of it could be like fucking like 3. Like,
second,
no?
Her ex-boyfriend, Anthony Holland, is tied to several addresses and multiple phone numbers. Whether it's instability or an attempt to stay off the grid, it convinces Martinez that Crystal is dealing with someone who either doesn't want to be found or someone who's planning something far worse. With all of this in mind, Martinez wraps the interview with Crystal and begins the digital side of the investigation.
The point is not
to service
to
providers requesting phone records, email logs,
for the
and account
nations
information to
unite
track down the stalker. Unfortunately for Martinez, these companies will make a mistake that will soon prove deadly. While waiting for the digital evidence to come back, Martinez decides to follow up on something else. The garage break-in Daniel reported back in September when a stranger supposedly stole their spare house key. He brings Daniel in for a formal interview, wanting to know whether he's noticed anyone following him, but instead of clarifying things, Martinez is about to learn something far more unsettling about the Krug household. But before we get to that, 2025 is almost over, and we're falling...
Don't you dare. People really stop using
You'll receive bonuses personalized AI toolkit builder. Seats are limited. Grab yours
oh my
in
god,
the link in
AI
the description.
toolkit! I'm buying right now!
Let's get back to
so
Daniel's
I mean, I love you.
where the detective is about to learn something troubling about the couple's marriage.
That's why I stream on YouTube
and
instead of Twitch.
At what point did she tell you that he recontacted her this last
days it says before.
It was either November 1st or November 2nd. It was after she had gotten a picture of me at work that she brought me up to speed on that.
Gotcha, okay. And the first contact that...
Hold on. Then wanted to go to the workplace with the camera and shit, whatever. Bro, this guy's cooked. Like that was way too close range of a picture.
He initially made with her was back on October 2nd. I guess why that month gap, do you think, before she told you?
I'm sure she has mentioned to you that she and I are going through a rough patch, kind of on the rocks.
Well, it's just balding. I think it's got a very round forehead. Because it's balding.
Sure. And she didn't mention
you can see my head when I was balding.
We're having a rough time currently.
I took anti-balding
meds, getting divorced, or
so it appears as if I have hair now, even though clearly a month ago I wasn't having hair. And the hairs that I did have were speaking to me.
So I have a retractable asp steel baton.
Yeah.
As I said, not right now, but otherwise, it's on me all the time. I sleep with it next to me. I've bought some additional security cameras in the house. So what am I doing? I'm panicked. And I'm doing a shit job to protect my wife. So I'm not doing good.
I can see that. So, with that being, I know that Christine, we put her car on a lift on Tuesday afternoon to see if there's any sort of GPS tracking or anything like that. We couldn't find anything on the car. If Anthony is watching you guys, it's going to be in person from a distance or nearby or however. So that poses an interesting issue in of itself.
Yeah, if only balders would
From
just
Daniel's
bug Max, they would have won.
Clear the
But
stalking
now
is
he's a
taking a
cook.
toll on him
It's all
too.
over for him.
His wife is terrified, his family feels haunted, and he's struggling to understand how any of this is happening. Detective Martinez wraps up the interview, but something Daniel said lingers in the back of his mind. He revealed that he didn't know about the stalking for almost a month, not until Crystal finally showed him the email with the photo taken outside his workplace. So Martinez decides to look deeper into the family dynamic, and what he finds is concerning. He learns that the couple have been going through a rough patch recently. Nothing hostile or dangerous, but they were trying to work things out, doing what they believed was best for their kids and holding their family together the best they could. With how much the stalker seems to know about their lives, Martinez briefly wonders if someone inside the home might be manipulating the situation. And for a moment, he even considers the possibility that Daniel might be messing with his wife as some twisted way of trying to fix their marriage. But that idea is quickly dismissed. There is no evidence backing any of it, and all signs still point to Anthony. Not to mention, Crystal herself is fully convinced her ex is behind the stalking campaign. Throughout November...
Now, schizo. He would create an uncertain scenario, something that creates anxiety and paranoia or whatever, and he would be the hero that saves the situation in a way to kind of rekindle and like trauma bond by force, which is awful, but
the
it makes
harassment
sense.
continues to escalate with more messages and threats. Crystal continues documenting everything and constantly monitors her cameras. By early December, she finally receives a message that gives her the smallest breath of air. Hey, gorgeous. I can't visit you anymore. No more Colorado time. My girlfriend doesn't want us talking without her. She says you'll let the cops get me after you get rid of him. For the first time in weeks, Crystal and her family feel a brief sense of relief. It sounds like Anthony is backing off, maybe even leaving the state. But in reality, this is just the stalker's final move to make them drop their guard before he strikes. The day starts like every other day. Daniel leaves for work, while Crystal heads out to drop the kids off at school. During those minutes, someone approaches the front door, tapes over the Ring doorbell camera, and slips inside the house. Minutes later, Crystal drives back home, pulls into the garage, and steps out of the car. She has no idea someone is waiting for her inside, and the moment she closes the car door, he attacks. The stalker strikes Crystal in the head, stabs her, and leaves her bleeding on the floor. After months of plotting, this is the moment he'd been waiting for. Later that morning, Daniel tries calling Crystal from his office, but she doesn't answer or respond to texts. Hours pass, and there's still no sign of her, so Daniel finally decides to call police.
Springfield Dispatchers meeting. Hi there. My name is Dan Krug.
Wait, people actually do that?
Emergency, but this feels really weird.
If someone called me from work in the middle of the day, I would probably answer the phone in the next week.
Or phone calls.
People actually call the police.
Against us. We have both
oh,
been
because
targeted,
it's threatened. Okay, that makes sense, yeah. Okay, yeah, that makes
threats
sense.
have been made against my life, and threatening to like kidnap her, which is why I'm.
Yeah. He's not gonna check his house first?
Ah, that makes sense, yeah.
Within minutes of Daniel's call, an officer is dispatched to the Krug residence to check on Crystal. At the same time, Daniel also calls Crystal's mother, asking her to go check on her daughter, sending her straight into the worst moment of her life.
Jesus.
While she makes her way there, the officer reaches the house first.
Why is it always
how often does he check in on her,
man?
like during the day like that?
Oh.
It's always the best of people that get the worst outcome. And then these fucking thugs and murderers just get a slap on the wrist. It's just lame. It's just lame and depressing. Or did you just kill a whole family and you go to jail for life? And what then? You're forced to make pasta for your inmates, for your fellow inmates. Sounds real bad, doesn't it? And you can read books as well.
The house looks quiet.
You know,
and the officer doesn't
that's a
notice
luxury
anything
even
wrong from
a
the
medieval
outside.
peasant
But before
wouldn't
he
have
clears
it,
the
no.
call and drives off, something nags at him. So
Yeah,
he
that's where
brings
we
his
just-
patrol
we
car
should
a
just
little
let these
closer
people,
to check the garage,
work.
where he's about to
Alright, make them
uncover
work.
a tragic, horrifying sight.
Right, if you're gonna kill families, how about for the rest of your life, you get unpaid, forced hard labor building orphanages, and building roads to the orphanages, to to make up for your sins, and then
As the officer leans in
you don't
for a
get
closer
rewarded
look,
for any of
he
it.
spots a body lying on the floor.
Instead, the
motionless,
guards that
with
make your
blood
stuff get
smeared
rewarded
across the wall.
to prevent you from coming out. Get rewarded for your work. But they have guns, so they force you to work harder, and they also control your food supply. So if you don't work hard enough, you're not gonna get food. You're gonna get punished.
Brookfield Police! Brookfield Police! Oh shit.
Jesus.
Holy shit.
Dude, turn around, man.
The
He's not
officer
there.
steps into the garage to find Crystal with what looks like a severe head injury, so he immediately begins performing CPR, working on her for several moments with no success before opening the garage door to give medics access. But instead of paramedics, someone else soon arrives.
Garage is open now.
Oh hell no.
Hello, ma'am. I need you to stay out, please.
Jesus. Man, just get back, lady.
Tragically,
Please, man.
as the garage door is lifted to get medics in, Crystal's mother catches a brief glimpse inside, just long enough to see an officer performing CPR on her daughter. Before she can process what she's seeing, another officer quickly arrives to shield her from this nightmare.
Ma'am, I need you to come over here for a minute, okay, so we can work. I understand. I need you to come on over here, okay? I know. Do me a favor, go and sit inside so we can work on her, okay? So we can try to get her the help, okay? What's your name?
Linda.
Linda? Yeah. Okay. My name's Officer Zamora, okay? I'll come out here and I'll give you some news as soon as I can.
Please tell me she's okay.
I have no idea just yet, but I know that they're working on her. The officer in there has been working CPR on her, and I think she's doing okay,
My
okay?
husband called.
He did. He's the one that called us and let us know, okay? Go ahead, take a seat for a minute. I'll be right back here, okay?
I need to tag out, man. She's got a head wound. I don't know if it's from falling or something else, but probably falling, but I don't know, man. It's a good one. Husband said there was a stalker threatening to kidnap her, so I don't know.
So who's the guy that did this, though? Is the killer? The video was about a killer. Smartest killer. Yeah, like a serial killer. That's my
While
vision.
medics
Though.
continue working
He's
on
just the
Crystal
guy that
inside the
stalks and
garage,
kills
an
people.
officer stands outside reassuring a distressed
I mean,
woman
this is
who's just
demonic,
arrived, unaware
right?
that this is Crystal's mother. She's shaken and terrified by the horrors she witnessed inside the garage. Linda would later learn
And the
that
funny
none of
thing
this
is,
was random, and finding her daughter
these
like
serial
this
killers
was
that
always
some people even
part
look
of a
up to
twisted
for some
plan.
reason. Just
Back inside the
ridiculous.
garage, medics keep working, still trying
They
to revive
seem
Crystal,
all
not
smart
yet
in
aware
that
of the fatal
until you
wound hidden
speak to
beneath
them
her
and you see
clothing.
investigation.
Guys,
They
you're saying
literally
other than
have the
fall type of
same
wound?
thought processes as drug dealers and shoplifters. Like they think the same way. They think the same way as school shooters. They're just retards, actually.
Damn it.
They behave like toddlers. They always do it to make some kind of point, and they're just completely out of it. Like they're completely detached.
Dispatch could tell us the husband called in to check on her. I don't know right now.
They're
but
not
dispatch
crazy.
would have it.
Real crazy people, they do crazy shit. This isn't crazy. Real crazy people never commit crimes that everyone is committing. You know, real crazy people would like put a chicken on a spearhead and then kill people by swinging the chicken against their heads and then drowning them in the chicken blood to spiritually cleanse them. That's what it gets over to. You know, some crazy shit you've never heard of.
Medics work
And then
for
they'll
a few
have
minutes
every
before
reason
realizing
to do it, and
there's
they'll
nothing more they
sound
can
completely
do
coherent
inside Crystal's body.
if you were
Tucked
crazy.
inside
But
her
if you aren't
purse,
crazy, they
the
sound
officer
crazy. You know?
notices a handgun she never even had time to reach for. With the
I don't
immediate
do-
area
I never
secure,
do. I only
officers
watch
spread
SC.
out throughout the house,
He's
searching
got that.
every room for
Yes,
the
he deserves
attacker,
everything.
but no one is inside. And as officers step outside the home, they start noticing small details that don't line up with an impulsive crime.
Yeah, I don't know the backstory. Husband said there was a
a dude who's been stalking her and threatened to kidnap her. And Martinez was involved, and Martinez just said, hey, this is a big old... I don't know, dude. I don't know the history on that part. Martinez does, though, and he said he's coming in. So, other than that, we're just kind of securing the scene and waiting for detectives, you know? See what they need. I kicked that, yeah. That's interesting. Yeah. That is very interesting. Almost like dude might have stuck around from this way.
I mean, yeah, that's right.
They do their job. They can't do anything, right? I mean,
well, I think
my curiosity.
A lot of crazies aren't even bad. It's like druggies, you know. They have their flaws and they have bad things they think and they do bad things, right? But they're kind of harmless, except sometimes they don't snap, right? They just do something and they're completely out of it, and they just do something awful for no reason, you know? And it makes no sense for why they would ever do this. And then they have some weird ass reason for it, or just it's just completely knocked out, you know? It's kind of hard to differentiate drug addiction from schizo when you see these people out on the street with. Yeah, I mean, especially with druggies, they just take them off the drugs and usually they'll go back to normal in time.
Like peaking, you know, you want to.
Schizos are actually cooked. If you're schizo, it's actually uncurable, completely cooked.
You know what, dude?
It's like a gamble. You can max win, but you're probably just gonna end up dead. Right? But you can max win as a crazy person.
Officers quickly confirmed the door was
unlocked. Be the
next
and
a strip of blue tape had been placed over the Ring doorbell camera. Whoever did this clearly planned it and came prepared. As police continue searching the scene, more family members begin arriving one by one, each of them unknowingly walking into the worst moment of their lives, while officers prepare to deliver the news. No family.
I mean, it's just for every mob star, there is.
I don't know anything just yet, ma'am. I don't know anything just yet.
I don't know. I don't know what to say. I mean, for every.
Family friend?
Family friend from down the street. He has a house there. We asked her to come knock on the
I don't know people, man. For every rich person, there's 50 poor people. Well, that doesn't make any sense because rich people aren't rich. Yeah. I don't know what I was going to say. You just ignore that.
We don't want to have to repeat the information over and over for you guys to continue anything, so.
You know what? For every xQc, there's 50 Rakais. There's 50 Kaisanats, you know?
Yeah, where's the fool?
Who's in charge of the doctor? We'd like to know what happened.
Absolutely, and as soon as someone frees up who can tell you, I'll send them your way, okay?
Our son's on his way.
Is this your daughter, sir, or your daughter-in-law?
Those are my daughter.
This is your daughter, and so her brother's on his way.
Yeah.
121, copy instruction
With Crystal's father and brother now at the scene.
No, I wasn't talking about both. That's why I was. That's why I was. Just ignore what I said. I wasn't talking about wealth. I was talking about ideas, like character traits. You know, a lot of wealthy people. They're not really wealthy because of who they are. They're just wealthy because of their connections. You know, if you want to get really rich, you have to be at the right place at the right time, talk to the right guy when you're at the right spot. You know, and you can get a max win, and you can just get a snowball off of that, right? But you can lose all of it, of course. And at a certain point, if you're so rich, like what you have, you don't even have the money they say you have. You just have power, right? You're just powerful, so you're rich, you know. Yeah, you know, you'd say a surgeon or a doctor is rich. Not really, right? A doctor is pretty poor, all things considered. The guy worked decades to earn a good living, you know? His whole life's work is just not being able to afford some luxuries. without worrying about money too much. But again, he's not worrying about money, but instead he's worrying about, you know, the people that are going to sue him when he accidentally lets someone die in his hands. You know, he's worried about being able to sleep after the 12-hour shift for the whole fucking week. You know, it's you're pretty much just a peasant, right? If you're a doctor, you're a peasant. Even so, though people think that's some kind of ideal, lawyers, doctors, they're engineers, they're all fucking peasants that work way too much for the money they have. If you are really rich, you don't work for the money you have, right? That's how I define richness. Is if you have a job, you're poor. Only poor people work jobs. Rich people don't work. They don't work. They just have money. They just have it, you know. It literally grows on trees for them. And that's actually how the world works. Just how it works. It's not that they never did anything to get there. They did do things to get there, but they just kind of got lucky. They were at the right spot at the right time, and they had the right vision. That's very important. If you want to be really rich, you need to have vision. But right, for every ultra rich Jew, there is a failed artist, you know. All artists are crazy and they make nothing because no one pays for art, right? If you're an artist, you shouldn't have been an artist. You should have literally used all your talents for anything else. Yeah, but then again, you know, you're working for retirement. Most people nowadays, if they have a good job, they can afford some luxuries. They're not dirt poor, obviously, right? But they're stressed the fuck out. They do what everyone else is doing. They work for retirement as some ideal, and then retirement is just some vague promise that relies on everything working out in the end anyway. When in reality, you're probably just paid a bunch of money to some shit-ass company or your government just so they never paid back, right? Now, obviously, if you're a doctor, your life is better than the fucking child labor slave in Africa mining diamonds, but it's kind of comparable because you're pretty much a slave. It's just you're a slave that gets to use the internet and have a good meal and have a wife and kids, right? But all things considered, your status is literally the same.
Battles over the family, and it grows heavier by the minute. The only person missing is Crystal's husband.
Yeah, it's kind of like you have this status bubbles. You've got your commoner, your poors. All the people look up to the doctors and the engineers, but in reality, all the rich people think they're fucking peasants, right? All the rich, really rich people, everyone on the lower, all the commoners hate them. Right? Everyone hates Donald Trump. Everyone hates Elon Musk. Everyone hates fucking every world leader, rich not CEOs. I mean fucking BlackRock, Andes. You know, everyone hates these people. No one likes them except themselves because they glaze themselves all the fucking time, right? Everyone loves like people at the upper end of the peasant class, right? People love doctors. People love, you know, people that do good, honest work. Except the rich people. They hate them, you know? The only thing they care about them is the thing they do. Not them. They hate them. They hate because they hate people that are honest and good. They hate him. They absolutely hate him.
The man who feared he wouldn't be able to protect her for weeks.
Yeah, exactly. They should check how he reacts
initially. He's on his way to find out those fears have come true. As they wait for him, detectives arrive at the scene and begin coordinating their next steps to hunt down whoever did
this. They're pretty much just maximizing the things they can control and minimizing the things they can't control, right? Because they want to milk you for all you have. But then,
and I immediately saw her at the base of the stairs.
Not make you too upset over it.
Holy locked and baldy.
The happier the people, the more you can tax them. The more you tax them, the less happy they get. So you have to kind of min-max that, right?
And then maybe she opened the door for somebody. First thing I noticed was an obvious head wound. They noticed
And
after
the funny thing is, the ultra rich love the ultra poor criminals because they can just abuse them, put them in jail, and make them do all the dirty work for them. And no one's gonna bat an eye because they're dirty fucking criminals, and nobody likes fucking criminals.
With that, I want
Right?
you and Martinez to work on this.
Like,
I'm gonna give
both extremes get along the best, and everyone in the middle looks up in a normal hierarchy. They like the people that do good. They don't hate poors that work at McDonald's, but they don't love them. You know? I don't really have any respect for a
He
cashier.
arrives on scene, cutting the conversation short, and right away he makes it
Not
clear
that
to
I hate
everyone
the
that he's
cashier,
nothing
but
more than a devastated
it's
victim
a
overwhelmed
respectable
by
job.
what's happened to his wife.
Okay, I need you to stay back, sir. I understand. I need you to stay
Yes,
back. Your
it's
family's over
respectable
here.
but replaceable.
Family's over here.
When if you're a part of the nobility, you're not really replaceable, because once you get replaced, there's all these contacts that liked you because you had so much power and you had some kind of leverage. And once you remove that, the new guy can't replace you, right? Even though on paper, for the things they do, they can, but it's more about the person than the things they do at the top, you know? Whereas in the middle, it's the reverse. It's all about what you do, not who you are. The only people that love you for who you are maybe your family, if you're lucky.
What could have said? Someone leave me over there?
At this time, officers have no reason to suspect Daniel of anything, so they treat him with care as he goes through this traumatic moment. But beneath that devastation lies a cold, heartless man, because Daniel knows exactly what happened inside that garage, and Daniel is the killer himself. Every tear and shaking breath is part of his act, one he will continue selling to police and Crystal's family standing just a few feet away.
Yeah, it's not really about hard work, it's just honest work. Right? But honest work is hard work. But if you're completely delusional, no one can respect you for your hard work. Even if it was hard as shit. You're delusional, right? You work for nothing. You actually wasted your life, literally.
As this tragedy unfolds, Crystal's mother embraces Daniel, trying to comfort him, having
But I mean, it's
no
just
idea
it's just something
the
you,
man she's holding
you can
is
make
the
something of
one
nothing
who
sometimes.
murdered her daughter. Unfortunately for officers, the hardest part of the job still isn't over. As the family grieves outside the home, a detective is sent to the school to pick up Crystal's children, who still have no idea what happened to their mother. When the detective finds Crystal's eldest daughter, she's already know what happened to
This reminds me of something. What's that called, map? Map. Which one was it? I remember this from something, didn't I? It's the one with the scientist. Dude, let me just fuck off. What was it? Oh, 6-7. 6-7 map. No, it was 7. $70. Which one was it, man? Ah, it's here. 5. Ah, it was 5. This one, I think. Where is it? Dude, there's something in this map that reminded me of this school. I don't know what it was. I might have been wrong. I think it was this map though. Dude, there's something about this map that... Come on, man. Come on, really, nigga?
To their mother. When the detective finds Crystal's eldest daughter, she's already shaken. She's been watching the live camera feed on her phone.
It's the one on Black Ops. I never had any DLCs. It's the one on Black Ops 1, the first one. 5. Yeah, the one that wasn't the theater. Not the Nazi map, the other one. That one. I don't know what it was though. I think I might have mistaken.
To know something terrible happened.
It could have been transit. You know the area where you activate the power. Didn't. You know that? I might have been that.
But what she tells the detective next is what truly alarms her. Her mother's stalker has been hinting at something far darker recently, and he might have deadly plans for the rest of the family.
I mean, it could be. I don't really remember that. Dude, I was maybe 8 when I played that game. Well, not that game. I was maybe 12 when I played that game.
I couldn't bring myself to see who was on the stretcher, so I call my mom and dad. My dad picks up and he's crying.
They're probably about 7 minutes away. Okay, I'm not gonna lie, something happened. Okay.
Pause it. I know you're gonna say in the video, but isn't there a chance that he went through her phone and disabled the notifications for the camera for her phone only? Seems possible to me.
Okay, that's why you're
because you get
okay?
you get those like.
I do, but I can't. I'm not gonna tell you. Okay, because we're still actively investigating what's going on out there. So I don't want to give you wrong information. That's the last thing I want to do, okay? What has been going on at home?
So this dude has been threatening my mom, stalking her, taking photos of my dad, saying that he's going to kill him.
Who, do we know who this person is?
One of her ex. I don't know his name.
Like an ex-boyfriend or?
Yeah.
Okay.
So who took the pic then?
They broke up a while ago. They ended it as friends. So this has all come to a really big shock to her. And then, so he's been contacting her from different numbers, sending pictures of my dad, saying he's gonna kill.
Well, metadata would go right through that.
About me and my siblings yet, which is good. He's like, he posted something to a website, trying to recruit guys to like help him with whatever plan he's doing. And then he's like,
how did you guys learn about that?
He's been contacting my mom through all of this. So my mom has contacted the police, and she has like a whole bunch of people on the case. But the thing is, he's making it sound like she's helping him, and she's not. And so,
helping him like try to kill your dad?
Yeah. And so like we're afraid that the police are gonna turn on us.
Okay.
And so she's been trying to protect herself.
What Crystal's daughter reveals isn't just alarming, it's sickening. Because this so-called stalker isn't just threatening the family, he's twisting the narrative inside their home. He's making it look like Crystal was secretly working with him to kill Daniel, manipulating the kids into believing their own mother is dangerous while positioning Daniel as the helpless target who needs protection. To the kids, their mother starts to look untrustworthy. To detectives, Daniel starts to look like a victim,
worst people are
and to the
eternal
stalker,
victims.
everything is going exactly according to plan. It's a disturbing, genius level of premeditation, carried out by a man willing to use anyone,
They're narcissists.
even his own children.
When they do bad things,
detective
it's
logs
completely
this information
justified,
and
but when
coordinates with
anything bad
Crystal's
happens to them,
sister-in-law,
it's
Kate,
the
to get
worst
the
thing that
children
could have
safely
ever
out of the
happened.
school. Back at the crime scene, detectives
That's how
continue
they
their
think.
work. They canvass the neighborhood, speak with neighbors, and begin collecting every CCTV clip they can find to reconstruct the killer's movements. By this point, there's enough evidence tying Crystal's ex-boyfriend Anthony to months of harassment, allowing police to obtain a nationwide arrest warrant for stalking. Departments across the country are notified to be on the lookout for him. Additionally, with a homicide on their hands and a killer on the loose, investigators can escalate the case and issue exigent circumstances circumstance warrants to service providers to finally speed up the digital data they've been waiting on. If Martinez received those files weeks earlier, things might have been very different.
This is one of those like nice neighborhoods. Everybody has cameras. One of the first things they would do, I'm assuming, they go to everybody's door, they knock on everybody's door, they get everybody's Ring cameras and shit like that. Everybody. This guy could have disappeared out of nowhere.
In the meantime, Daniel, along with the rest of the family, is taken to the police station for formal interviews.
Yo, shut up, yo.
At this stage,
shut up.
Standard procedure.
Oh my God, I'm done.
Investigators are simply looking to collect statements. But about 2 hours later, when detectives finally sit down with Daniel, his routine interview will begin to take a very different turn.
So, your home security system, you access that through your personal phone?
Google Nest.
It's Google Nest. Okay.
Hi. Now this fixing me.
Okay.
Just push a home.
Okay. So I have your permission to operate this phone and get what we need.
I think they always fit.
So how many different cameras do you have?
The way they think they are, you know? They look the way they think they are.
Doorbell.
The whole family gets notifications.
So this guy looked like an innocent, just lame cock father, right? Who gets cocked by his wife. He picks up the kids from school, takes them on field trips, while his wife is out on the date with Chad. You know, that's how he looks, and that's how he thinks he is.
A month after Daniel reported the garage intruder back in September is when the stalking first began. And by then, the couple had already installed multiple cameras around the house, plus their Ring doorbell. But even with all that security, and after police confirmed they had no GPS trackers on their cars, the stalker still found a way to follow them, sending Crystal a photo of Daniel walking into work and texting her about seeing her at the dentist. So as the detective scrolls through the surveillance footage to understand the timeline, he notices something strange that catches Daniel off guard.
Yeah, it's not really the glasses, it's just the types of glasses he's wearing with the type of face he has and the fucking balding, you know, just the whole picture. It's almost the whole picture.
If you lose internet or in the
it's never individual features that define the guy. It's always the whole thing. You know,
has the ability to go in the app and turn things off.
Christine?
It's always with some people the glasses are aura, and then other people it's just a nerd ass, you know, the weird guy, the weird guy in the glass, and then with other people it's actually aura.
I can settings.
Okay.
Oh, just us.
Just yes. Okay.
The detective's question here isn't by chance. It's prompted by something peculiar he noticed on the surveillance app. All of the home's cameras shut off at 8:15 a.m. and they stay off until 10:15 a.m. Only the camera pointed outside the garage remains active during that entire 2-hour window. This instantly narrows the murder time frame to those 2 hours. Just then, Martinez finally arrives at the interview room. He's the lead detective who's been handling Crystal's stalking case.
I like how this dude's called smartest, genius, whatever. This guy could have done anything. He lost his own internet.
Dude,
this guy could have fucking.
He called his wife from work the one day he wanted to kill her.
To make that better. This guy's a fucking loser cuck.
For months,
the fuck
and
is
now
that
case has become something far worse.
Out of the
he sits down with her devastated husband, feeling the weight of the loss they both couldn't
balding cucklord.
They didn't save Crystal.
Yeah,
they couldn't protect
her,
and now they're
he looks like a cock. He is a cock.
Loss, trying to
he gets mad, and all cocks are evil. Right?
It's not your fault.
The cocks are lame. They're always these lame ass people. You kind of feel bad for them, but then again, you know that for a fact they got cocked because they deserve getting cocked. Usually.
Actually wasn't in today.
Well, the only people that get cocked and deserve it are the people that get cocked and they hold on, dude.
but there
On
are
and
no
off,
tears. The detective finds it strange and more than
They
a little
pretend like
concerning.
it's okay,
Wanting to
dude,
probe
and then
deeper,
they kind of internalize
Martinez
it and
asks for a
got
moment
themselves.
alone with Daniel to see what's really going on beneath the surface. And the moment he starts asking questions,
On and off,
He cuts himself harder than his wife did.
I know you said that you don't think that there was somebody else. She said. Okay. Why do you keep asking that? I'm just trying to put everything together to kind of get a bigger picture, because you said that she's been acting kind of weird lately. You know, being very secretive and withholding of information for you. So I'm just trying to understand, I guess, so we can backtrack what she's been doing this past month.
Martinez's question here is telling of what he's thinking. He's not ruling out Daniel as a possible suspect. After all, the couple were going through a separation period, and this is meant to probe whether jealousy or something else could have played a role in Crystal's death.
Classic ego Andy. He's actually getting mauled.
Or you see that
his
negative
plan is
cantle
not
tilt.
good enough that they're straying away from
Weird,
his nice
elongated face,
plan, whatever.
balding.
He's molding.
Typical, all typical.
Daniel's response, the detective decides not to press any further. But as they step out for a quick break, Daniel says something that makes it obvious he struck a nerve.
I've seen enough movies. It's always the husband. I get it.
After detectives collect the initial information from Daniel,
So
his children
cringe.
finally
The
arrive
killers
at
are
the police
always so
department. They still don't know what happened to their mother.
Dude, these killers,
only
school
that
shooters,
something
serial
is
killers,
very,
so
very
fucking
wrong.
cringe, dude.
Daniel is notified of their arrival.
I don't know how
and
tall
given
he
a
is.
choice.
Depends on how tall
Should
he
he
is.
be the one to tell them, or leave it to officers and
Dude,
Crystal's family
1v1,
instead of letting someone else
if it
deliver the
comes
news?
to the
Daniel
physical, no weapons. If you're not a skilled fighter, it pretty much comes down only to weight and height, right? Well, it depends, right? In fist, it's most important is grappling skill. If you can grapple people, you can kill them for free, right? Even the noobs that are, unless they're so much heavier that they're like a tank, if you can bring them to the ground and choke them, you win. Then weight, weight just literally means you do more damage and you take more damage. It's like a multiplier. It's the best thing you can have, right? And then third, range. Okay, if you have a weapon, like a melee weapon, range is the most important. Like you get a sword versus a knife, like good luck killing a guy with a sword, or with killing the guy with the sword. Like you're not gonna come even close. If you got a spear, a big long spear, like just stab the guy from 10 feet away, you know, it's free. But like fight for the death, what I would try is just look and fucking run, okay? If I can't run and I can win, I go and try and take him to the ground and choke him to death, okay? You don't fucking punch. The thing is, what happens is you get hurt on your knuckles. It's fucking retarded. You get hurt on your knuckles, you're gonna punch lighter every time you punch, more. And you're gonna take damage as you punch, right? Yeah, I mean, you're gonna take damage as you punch. And you're not doing damage, right? If you're gonna go for a punch, probably hit him either in the gut or like a fucking slap to the face, right? I think a slap is gonna optimal because you don't damage your hands, right? Like knuckles is damage, but your knuckles take damage and you can't punch too much. I think if you get him on the ground, you just kick his face in, right? You just kick his face in, and then you pretty much win, right? If you would want, if there was any skill you should learn, it's probably grappling, right? Because you can really mess people up like that, and in a way they can't really do anything about it. Like it's very optimized for minimizing damage, maximizing like effect. Whereas just punching isn't very effective, but it's effective at hurting people a lot, right? Optimally, you just want to get them to the ground and just kick their face in, right? That's how you win. But again, they're not going to let that happen. If the guy's like way taller and way bigger than me, then they're just going to run. Like this is not even, it's no point in trying. Like I'm just going to get killed, right? Most important thing is weight and for stats. But if you do have weapons like a knife, a pipe, like blunt weapons, any weapons, range. Get the longer weapon, that's the most important thing. And if you are taller, you win. Like actually, if you're fencing, you just stop the guy. Right? You just stop the guy and he's dead. Actually.
Insists on telling them himself.
It's not that skill doesn't matter, it does matter. And it matters more with weapons.
Underneath,
right?
Wait, I thought
but
they knew.
with fisting, like fisting hardcore, like you gotta let your primal instinct take over. Right? If you're not following any rules and you're not doing it for sport, you just primal instinct. Right? I mean, dude, I mean, length is important with weapons. Weight is important without weapons. I think, like, without weapons, length really only matters if you're only boxing and you're, like, jabbing, right? You're only jabbing and you're just playing it out the whole time. Otherwise, it's kind of pointless. It's not completely pointless, but it's kind of pointless, right? Yeah, but I think like as a skill, probably grappling, because in terms of punching, it's just not very effective on minimizing damage for yourself, right? Like you're always gonna take some hits and you're gonna tank some hits and you're gonna give some hits. Like it's very back and forth and endurance based. Whereas grappling, if you get a good grapple, you could just pretty much get away with all of it, right? Yeah, but the most important part is just not falling to the ground. Because if you fall, the guy's just going to kick you to death. Right? You just kick him and you keep kicking him. Like, he really can't do anything. Yeah, you know what? Actually, what they did in the Middle Ages? They didn't... Dude, the medieval people were crazy, right? They were crazy.
From the cameras,
the technique was they didn't defend like normal boxers nowadays, right? They grabbed the other guy with their weak hand, like by their clothing, and then they just kind of gave their face in with their dominant hand, and they just kept hitting him over and over. Even if they got hit themselves, they'll just knock the other guy out before they got knocked out. Right? It's just crazy, but I think it's kind of meta. If you're just going for the kill,
parents, brother, and
you just gotta do it fast, so you don't get hit. Because I mean, if you run on the stamina, then you're fucking cooked, right? If you get exhausted, Jesus, you're cooked. And you can't really tell that from the start.
It's the ex-husband who's been kind of...
It's not my husband, it's an ex-boyfriend.
Ex-boyfriend.
From when she was 18 years old.
Okay, gotcha. Can you think of any, I guess, recent, has he reached out to you? Have you seen any...
No, he's never contacted me. I know Restoration told me that...
and I mean primal instinct because...
Message to her again 2 days ago or so.
Unless you're trained, your primal instinct is just to not get hit.
So she can go ahead and
right?
her husband now.
I think everyone's by default scared to get hit. Unless you, the only way you get over that is if you like do a sport, right?
Anything doesn't feel right, doesn't seem right.
Like you kind of get a half the adrenaline pumping.
You just feel like might be important to our investigation.
And it's gonna go out. You know?
That's what I'm saying.
Very concerned and worried about this guy, and
because I mean we are the apex predators, you know.
Something
in the instinct,
but I can't.
Yeah, it's fight or flight. Yeah. I mean, you never freeze. That's the one thing you don't do.
That it seemed very different.
The only time people actually freeze, this is actually funny. If people freeze by default, it's a very telltale sign of youth, like early childhood trauma, because you only freeze when you face something that is so out of your league you can't win. Like you freeze if you saw a polar bear in front of your face. You freeze, you lie on the ground, and you pretend to not exist, right? Because the guy can outrun you, he's gonna maul you to death easily, right? Yeah, but if it's just a dude, I mean, if he's a fucking idiot and he's got like he's a tweaker, man, just run away, dude. The guy's gonna fall on the ground. He's probably gonna he's gonna do the crazy shit. You just don't get in a fight with
him,
this
like that he was
sucker.
never sexual in
You
the
know?
past, and that
But if you got
they
something to
very,
prove,
like,
I mean,
hypersexual things.
just pick your fight
And
wisely.
so
Yeah.
I think even at one point she was like questioning whether it
Right,
was
because you
actually
you
him.
freeze in front of predators, you know?
Didn't worry about that, but
If
there's
they're
also just
fast.
gonna make you guys are kind of close and just see if maybe some sort of insight on that.
You know,
or
bears,
insight
big
on
cats.
or just was there issues going
What
on?
call
Were
it?
there problems? Was there
That's
you know
pretty
kind of
much
anything was kind of
And you run from you
had
run from snakes.
separated? Okay.
And you
But we're
fight
still living together. And
like small
I had
animals.
asked her if she,
You know, like
over
you
text,
fight
if she
a
had,
little cat, you fight a
believed that
little
it was
dog.
Anthony. But she didn't
Well,
believe
yeah, because
at
they're
the time that I
fast.
was
But they're
asking her
annoying.
if it was
You can,
anybody, but, you know,
they
she was
can't
fully
beat
convinced
you,
that it
but
was
they're fast.
Okay. My
If
mom
they
had
can't
always
beat you,
been,
but they're fast, you fight.
don't know where
If
that comes from.
they're slow and they can beat you,
Can you elaborate on that?
but you
Like suspicious
and the fight's gonna
how,
equal,
or-
you run.
Yeah.
If they're faster than you and they can beat you, you stay still.
Like
You
the
do nothing.
difficulty
You
finding
just
Anthony. Like, why
pray.
is it so hard to find
Yeah.
Anthony? Why can't either, you know, cell phone records or IP stuff or
And like
along that
tweakers,
frustration is-
because tweakers are slow, but they're dangerous like a snake. So you run. You know?
So I think her mind starts to wander towards like conspiracy type things, right? Of like, oh, maybe it's the husband or maybe it's Dan, and I don't know. I don't see it there just because I don't know. Dan just seems so incapable of doing something like that to me.
It's like game theory.
I don't know. I talked to him, and him and I just hung out and talked for like 2 hours. And he was like very concerned about like getting his family together and talking about being vigilant but not paranoid.
Even though Crystal's brother Lars sounds skeptical of his mother's suspicions, she isn't exactly wrong, as on the surface,
Yeah, I
it
mean,
makes
but that's why you run. Because you can't beat them, but you don't know what they're gonna do. Like, is he gonna take out the heroin needle and stab you all of a sudden? Like, you don't know what they're gonna do. So, and they can't outrun you at all, right? There's no way they can outrun you. Right? They're just gonna fall. They're gonna run out of. They're just gonna die, right? If they try running, they're gonna get a heart attack, man. Right? So just don't let them get close. That's the point. If they get close, they can pull
no
the
sense
craziest
that
shit.
Anthony couldn't be
They
tracked
actually
down
might
for
win,
months.
even if they're
Lars
just
would also
fully
go on to
incapable
explain
of
that Crystal
reasonably
and
winning.
Daniel
They can
saw their
win.
marriage very differently. Crystal wanted out, Daniel didn't, and the family
So tell
seemed
us
to
at the
view
bottom
their
as well, so it's
relationship
kinda
as
hard to
dysfunctional
navigate.
but not violent. But listening to these statements, one thing becomes
You-
very
you-
clear.
you dropped the
Every family
tweaker.
member felt that something about the stalker was
I mean, I'm
off.
talking like street
There was
fights,
a
yeah.
shared intuition they couldn't quite articulate.
Like,
And
let's
when
say
detectives sit down
the
with
guy
Crystal's
really wants to kill you, or it's like you have to, right? You kind of just the real big one is you pick your fights wisely. You know, you reasonably run most of the time because you minimizing the damage over time is the biggest win, right? But the most important time you can fight is if it's for status, right? Why would you fight in some dark alleyway out in the middle of nowhere where no one sees me winning? It's just pointless. I want to see everyone see me winning, right? So basically, you don't want to fight randoms. You want to fight known people, people that you know or other people know, you know? Jesus.
mother, she makes that suspicion.
Yeah, like
very
that. If
clear.
you know the guy and he's a
Like I
fucking
said,
idiot,
I kind of learned
sometimes
on
you gotta
seeing
prove
that,
something.
she was married.
But if it's just
Three
some
children.
random ass tweaker, yeah, hell no.
Last year.
But even then, dude, I don't even come inside my house, so how the fuck am I gonna fight people?
He was in complete denial. She told me how he was.
Did she ever give you insight on what kind of led her to feel like her marriage was over, or?
That is explosive. But I've never seen him, hurt her. He would hurt the kids, but, some people think the corporal punishment is to pay the kids. But he would hurt the kids. She was worried about that. I don't want to say it's a dad. But she told me he was in denial, but she told him his marriage was over, but she would stay until graduate. graduated. I have this, just a gut I can't shake with him.
What's that feeling telling you?
I can't shake this question. Is he the one that's been doing this with Anthony?
Needless to say, hinting that Daniel might somehow be involved with the stalker is an alarming accusation, and it makes things even more complicated for the detectives. At this point, the family itself is split.
Hire her.
Crystal's brother Lars completely dismisses the idea that Daniel could be involved, calling it nothing more than a conspiracy. But others felt that there was something off about Anthony and the entire stalking agenda. With all statements collected, detectives wrapped the family interviews and regrouped to make sense of everything they've gathered. By combining everything they've learned, detectives land on a clearer picture of where the investigation now stands. The family interviews raised enough concern, and there was enough tension in the marriage that detectives decide they can't rule out Daniel yet, and he officially becomes a potential suspect. But even with Daniel now on the radar, Anthony remains as the obvious prime suspect in Crystal's homicide. His threats and weeks-long stalking campaign still place him at the center of the investigation. With that in mind, detectives know their next move. It's time to find Anthony.
How can they not?
Around 3 p.m.
I know this isn't related to this crime, but this Anthony guy, why don't they find this guy?
p.m. that afternoon, police finally get their first real break in months. After digging through everything they have on Anthony Holland, investigators land on a possible address in Utah. Because they can't reach him themselves, Broomfield detectives coordinate with Utah County Sheriff's Office, sharing his name, photo, and the address where he's believed to be staying. Up until now, Anthony has only existed as a name in emails and threats, a distant figure who no one has actually seen. So when officers finally get a hit on his location,
I think this guy's a bit
becomes
slippery.
the first real chance to confront the man they've been hunting for months.
Right, it's really bad. Something I've noticed, the way the jurisdiction works, it's so slow and cumbersome. Right, they really take their time, wasting time before people get apprehended. It's really terrible. Sometimes, if they act swiftly across jurisdictions, it's always a big W, but in reality we should expect that, right? We should expect the police to act swiftly when they have a criminal on the loose. But by default they don't. If they do, that's a big W and something exceptional that we praise. When we really should expect that, you know?
Couple of names to see if you recognize any names.
Well, I think they just do that because the husband is easy. He's there. They already have him. And then this other dude.
And do you know a Daniel Krug?
No. They're just doing two things at the same time, right? They've got the other dude is out on the loose.
She's an ex-girlfriend. How long the ex? Like how long ago?
1999.
Oh, so like a long while ago.
She was my very first girlfriend ever.
This guy's got his dates down and shit.
When was the last time you talked to Crystal? Has it been a minute?
It's been a minute.
Like since you moved from Durango?
Alright, he could have been faking a disguised identity. You know, somehow the husband found out
he was anybody in that area since? Have they contacted you at any time?
No.
And he got access to his picture and made a fake account.
With the Broomfield Police Department.
Right, he's actually clueless.
Hold on.
He would like you to reach out and talk to him.
Alright.
They have an incident. I don't know the full details of their incident.
It's just weird how they couldn't find him fast enough. Right.
He had asked us to come out here.
Why is it been moving so much?
And talk with you. They were debating on. You do have an active warrant out of Broomfield Police Department, and they were debating on if they were going to have us arrest you or not. They are not going to have us arrest you on it. I'm going to advise you of the fact that you do have a warrant out of Colorado, and you can talk to this sergeant about the details of it, if that makes sense.
As officers speak with Anthony,
Now they have leverage and shit.
Confused. After being briefed on the situation, he gives his timeline, insisting he never left Utah and spent the morning with family nowhere near Colorado. Once they collect Anthony's statement, Utah officers leave to begin verifying every part of his story. In the meantime, detectives back in Colorado regroup to reassess the investigation.
Don't make fun of him, guys. He's at home, man.
Still denying involvement, Detective Martinez turns back to the one angle he hasn't fully explored yet.
He's quite trying to understand what's going on, right?
Daniel. Since he never ruled out jealousy or affairs as a possible motive, he decides to dig deeper into Daniel's past. And that's when he stumbles onto something interesting and very unsettling. While searching old reports, Martinez finds a closed but unresolved stalking complaint from years earlier. The victim who filed it is a woman named Carrie, and as it turns out, she was Daniel's ex-girlfriend. The more Martinez reviews, the more disturbing the pattern becomes. The
Jealousy.
report claims she was stalked for weeks by an
Behavior,
obsessed
man.
man who impersonated multiple people, manipulating her through fake identities. Detectives quickly
It's just
locate
toddler
Carrie
behavior,
and bring her in for an
actually.
interview. When they sit
Locked
down
in,
with her,
locked in.
they uncover a
Dude.
story.
Misbehaving toddlers get jealous over a piece of candy. Misbehaving adult men get jealous over women. It's just ridiculous.
So
Right, just find out when this guy
similar to
gets caught.
crystals, it opens up an
He'll appear
entirely
so
new
childish.
theory.
I think it was, you know, like I said, a couple months I broke up with him a couple months into my freshman year. He, you know, he was pretty emotional, I would say.
Childish.
Sort of desperation would maybe be a word I would use to describe after the breakup of, please don't do this, kind of, you know, crying, that sort of thing.
Crying
that
to
I can
mommy.
recall. And then
Typical.
I started to get messages from his roommate, and that person's name is Tom, on AOL Instant Messenger. And I know Tom is real because they were roommates. If I called him,
AOL classic.
Tom would sometimes pick up the phone. They each had a joint room and a joint phone.
AOL Tom.
His role, I would say, was sort of to gain sympathy from me for Dan and continue to encourage me to communicate with Dan. There was perhaps some indication that he was, or was because of the breakup, just
Playing the
really
victim.
well. So this, you know, made me keep communication up with
Typical.
Dan. And Tom ended up being Dan, right? So all these people I'm going to tell you about end up being Dan Krug, not Tom. Yeah, even though Tom is a real person, he was not sending me these messages.
Suffice it to say, what Carrie tells detectives sounds all too familiar. Everything she describes echoes the same pattern
Lying,
detectives have been
appearing
seeing
weak,
with Crystal.
emotional,
But expect a
manipulative,
loser like this
crying
guy's
to
father
mommy when something goes
if you
wrong.
make it life
Always
altering,
all
this is
about me. When I
life-altering
get jealous, it's all
thing that
justified
can
and just get to
consequence
kill
for the rest of your
people.
life, to
It's all
plan
just
in a life-altering manner.
toddler
This guy came in fucking pick out two different plans.
behavior.
Same script, same thing.
Dude,
Don't stop there.
it's the same. This guy's developed the same way. The annoying, your annoying little nephew was developed when he was 4. Right.
And so we all went
You know,
to
little
like a
bro
movie,
moved
something
on
super innocuous,
when
and
he
there
was
like a
6.
group of us.
At that point,
he
had his first kiss. He made a bunch of friends, and he started playing Roblox with his friends. And he had a really great time. And now he's a fun kid, right? This guy is the opposite, you know? This guy's stuck in the past. Man.
So now there's this rumor going around the whole academy.
Always
that
the same
you're
thing, every single
an
time.
easy
It's
target
always
kind
these
of thing.
people that just behave
and
like children.
I think served the
you know?
purpose of
Yep.
sabotaging anyone I was meeting if they were associated with the Air Force Academy. Of course, the person that I met
Hold on. What was I gonna say?
And which the movies with was like a
we
you
just.
know.
I had a
shortly,
sandwich.
I don't know, a while
It's
after that, I
almost
started
5
actually more
o'clock already.
seriously dating
Hey, peace out, man.
Air Force cadet named Mark Hansen. Then, of course, Nick Clark made a reappearance, and I was getting pretty consistent messages from him. And so he said, you know, we need to find out who's doing this. And he got me a meeting with the Office of Special Investigations at the Air Force Academy. I sat with them, and they kind of laid the emails out on the table, and they said, we've had like a forensic psychologist, sort of professional, look at all these emails, and it's Dan, is what they said.
Carrie would go on to explain that despite their suspicions, there was never enough evidence tying Daniel back to the messages she received then. Everything had been sent from a public library, and because of that, her accusations...
It's a classic strat.
If they did it for
Just
this
lying
guy
to get
back
what you
then, why
want.
couldn't they do it to this Anthony guy
pretty easy.
before the murder happened?
And just that.
They always do that, man.
Suspicions.
Chad,
but even without proof,
you know what a child does?
similarities between
I don't
the
know.
two.
You know why I know this? I always talk about children. Because children behave like criminals. Well, not exactly. It's the other way around. Criminals behave like children. Yeah? What a child does is when he does something selfishly, knowing that it's bad, and he gets caught, the first instinct is to lie. Okay? And if he gets away with it, his next instinct is to keep lying, to reinforce the lie, to prevent him from getting exposed. So he does. So all children do. Okay, they always do that. The only difference is some children don't do the bad thing to begin with. Okay, some children just have a more intuitive sense not to just do evil shit for the sake of doing evil shit because they're selfish. You know, a lot of children are very well behaved, even if they're never taught to be well behaved, because they're intuitively good at reading social cues and just more passive, right? A lot of little boys will just hit people and like pull dog's tails and just do a bunch of stupid shit, and it's just completely out there and no one wants them to do because they're just gonna feel like it, right? They're just gonna feel like doing it. And a lot of little girls are way more socialized from early age, right? They just gonna get along with other children. Just gonna get it, you know? So that's how this works. And these people never got found out, right? They kept lying and lying and lying, and they never got pointed out what the hell they were doing. They never got caught, right? So I'm not gonna say it's all parenting because it isn't. It's not only the parent, it's the parent's fault. There were no signs, there were always signs. They just were so delusional, they completely ignored them. It's also teachers and other people that might have known them. They just don't go through the effort to correct this stuff, you know? If you were this dude's friend, he was probably a pretty insufferable friend. Just kind of annoying passively, not really bad, but he's gonna slip through the cracks and which is kind of annoying, right? If you were this dude's teacher, he probably didn't work too hard, right? But he probably glazed himself every time he achieved anything. And then when he didn't achieve something, he just probably, went with the popular narrative that just, oh, school's boring and it's like a prison for kids, yeah. Lame. Never owning up to any mistakes, and never actually
and for the first time, detectives begin considering a fourth possibility they never imagined. What if Daniel has been playing everyone? What if he's been impersonating Anthony? What if he's always been the
and it's all assumptions.
the entire stalking campaign?
Oh fuck. Okay,
Detective Martinez receives the intel from Carrie's interview, and with
just
that,
let me rant
Daniel
about nobody.
officially
Just
becomes
let me rant
an
about some
equal
fucking
prime
archetype,
suspect
dude.
alongside Anthony.
Because I'm a generalist. I don't like talking about specific things usually.
Is the digital
I like talking about general
while they wait for
patterns.
that, Martinez receives something he
fun.
can
guy, dude.
It's way more fun.
The full set of surveillance
Alright,
footage
connected
collected
dots.
from the neighborhood and Daniel's workplace.
Big notice
This case has hours of surveillance, body cam, and interrogation footage we can't fully include here. If you want the extended cut of this video, plus the full raw interrogation and body cam videos, we've uploaded everything on our Patreon. With that pool of evidence finally in their hands, investigators sit down and begin reconstructing the full picture of what happened before Crystal was killed. Shortly before 8 a.m., Crystal arrives home after dropping off the kids. She pulls into the garage,
but I'm not showing you.
closes the door, and everything looks normal. Minutes later, at 8:15 a.m., the entire security system goes offline. Every camera except the outside garage camera is taken down for the next 2 hours. At 8:25 a.m., that lone camera records something deeply concerning. Daniel leaves the house to go to work later than he normally does, and shortly after the time medical examiners believe Crystal was killed.
Yo, if you ever had nests, they do anything in the world except for that. Come on, bro. They tell you when they're sort of low battery, critical battery, out of battery. They tell you when it's movement, fucking, when it was moving. They do everything. Really, dude? It went offline? Come on, bro.
From there,
bro.
workplace footage shows Daniel moving through the building around 9 a.m., greeting co-workers and appearing completely normal, as if nothing had happened at home. And when investigators check footage from surrounding houses, they find no one approaching the property all morning. Everything about the timeline makes Daniel look more suspicious by the minute. With all these new developments, detectives bring Daniel back in for another interview. He walks in expecting routine procedural follow-ups, completely unaware of how much has changed since the last time he sat in this room. This is when Daniel's months-long, carefully crafted plan begins to crumble. This time, Detective Martinez walks in with a completely different energy than before. He's no longer feeling Daniel out. He's here with one clear objective: confront him with what's been uncovered and see if his version of events finally breaks.
Alright. How you feeling right now? Just kind of about everything.
No.
Everything hurts.
I feel like I have two different voices going through my head right now. I have my brother Matthew. Yeah, I've mentioned him. He's
Is it turn an aura for him?
lieutenant.
Here they all do this, right? They all say movie quotes and think they look cool doing it.
Typical cop fashion American prosecutor.
Stereotypical, dude.
So I have Lynn's voice.
Stereotypical.
Going, get a fucking
So stereotypical, man.
I just want this to be.
What?
I don't want. I just don't want.
But with the amount of evidence and shit like that, to convict somebody of murder, why the fuck would you even... Bro, chat, come on, bro. I know you, this whole don't never talk to the police. If this is your wife or husband or whatever, right? Like, bro, you would never be convicted of murdering them. Like, it's not like, oh, you were there yesterday. You killed them and fuck the evidence. Fuck you. Like, you just talk to them like, I don't get it.
He opens it with a calculated trick. By hinting at getting a lawyer, he's warning detectives, push too hard, and this interview is over. It's clever, but Martinez has a counterplan. Instead of confronting him, he'll pivot the conversation to his relationship with Crystal, making it feel like safer ground to get Daniel comfortable and talking. But if Daniel had any motive to take Crystal out of the picture, this is where it would surface.
Well, I'm sure, especially if you guys are trying to work together to be safe, keep your family safe, keep your... As dysfunctional as it is, you still both have the common goal of keeping it safe, right?
I had her as a partner to protect the family, but it didn't feel like a partner who valued me. And I
What?
told her at that point.
That doesn't even make
Actually
sense.
venting, it's so lame.
Care about me anymore.
That's really hard.
I was hurting when I said that. And what I wanted was her to say she cared about me. She did.
Although Daniel is being honest about what was going on in their marriage, to detectives, moments like this only add to their suspicions. Resentment, rejection, a failing marriage, these are all things that, in the wrong circumstances, can turn into a motive. And this is exactly where the interview takes a sharp turn. What Daniel doesn't know yet is that since his last interview, detectives received something they kept secret for this exact moment.
What would that
One
be?
of the tech companies finally responded to their urgent warrants and provided some of the digital data they needed. And as it turns out, the emails the stalker had been sending, the messages that terrorized Crystal for weeks, were coming from somewhere much closer to home.
One of the things that we really started looking into today in effort to find Anthony is the Gmail. So some of that information that we've been able to receive today is a little bit concerning, I guess.
The Gmail account, the Kickman account that you guys initially received with the photo of you in it, and the phone number, those originated through their IP addresses at your office.
It doesn't make any sense.
Retarded.
Well, he took the photo of me at my office.
But both of those accounts originated from IP addresses that list back to your office.
Hold on now.
There are Wi-Fi access throughout the facility for employees, and there's public Wi-Fi.
And then what about the back though? What about the machine?
The entire facility.
Right now, we're working with the director.
Okay. I get it. This is like, killer, smart killer, genius killer video title. Okay. MAC address, unless he spoofed it, would come back to the same machine. No?
To get all of the IP information to see what devices were using that specific address during that time. Because I guess the biggest concern is just the timing of everything, that it just doesn't quite make sense to have somebody create an account, take a photo, and then immediately send it off, and then the account is no longer being used.
None of this makes any sense.
Daniel looks thrown off, unsure where Martinez is going with this. The emails tied to the stalker connect back to Daniel's workplace, a detail he clearly didn't expect detectives to know. He seems nervous, but still cooperative. So detectives decide it's time to push further, because they have something else they withheld from Daniel until now. During the investigation into Anthony's alibi, officers in Utah forwarded something small but important. A time-stamped shopping receipt placing Anthony in Utah that morning, miles away from Colorado at the time Crystal was killed. Martinez and his partner decide it's the perfect time to see how Daniel reacts when they push him directly and force him to confront the possibility that he might be the stalker.
Also, let's add on top of that the fact that there's, as far as we know right now, there's no physical way that Kickman could have been involved in this based on where he's at right now. So, you know, the mystery continues, and
things are certainly pointing in one direction right now.
Well, and you've given us reason. Here's the other thing, Daniel, is I sympathize with the fact that you're in an extremely frustrating situation. I know you want to be a part of your kids' lives.
Okay.
You can also sense that's why
he's not gonna fall for that.
We're asking all these questions about infidelity and everything else. Is there some other mystery man that we don't know about?
I have been faithful. Period.
You know Anthony has reached out to her in the past number of times.
In what way, though?
Right. The last time was 2016-ish. He had asked her at one point if she wanted to have sex. If there's any bit of question about infidelity, whether it's with Anthony or anybody else, we might create an account to see if Christine's actually interested in Anthony. So we ask her push the bounds a little bit and see if that will confirm our suspicions of infidelity. You don't get the response and the openness you once did for about 28 days, from October 2nd to October 31st. So you amp it up a little bit, send a photo of yourself to her, and an account you created.
I get the narrative you're putting together, but it alleges that I would do this to my children.
But I think ultimately what happened today would bring you the closest to your children that you've probably ever been in your mind.
I'm very close to my children.
You're afraid to lose time with them if you get the divorce.
Clearly, detectives managed to perfectly articulate Daniel's reality, one he may not have even fully admitted to himself. He is a man so terrified of losing his children, so desperate to stay in control of his family, that he would do anything if he felt it slipping away, even if it meant murder. The detective's brutal honesty leaves Daniel speechless. He doesn't argue or deny it. He just sits there in quiet resignation, wearing the look of someone who's realizing everyone can see straight through his
The mouse is the last thing I murdered.
If you were watching these facts unfold in front of you in a movie, what would you say happened?
There has to be someone else.
That was able to turn off the cameras, that was able to use your IP address from your work to create accounts, to send messages and photos, to act as a stalking suspect.
I don't know, I'm not the one who does this. I'm analytical at work, and I read and write fiction at home. I don't do...
Oh, here it comes.
I don't do crime drama.
Oh, we've heard about this before.
Kickman is 6.5-hour drive. And then, in fact, he was contacted in his house, severely intoxicated. There's no way he could have made that drive.
All this time that we're...
Hey, come on, man. Dude.
Protection.
Come on, bruh.
And you just found him today, like that.
They've been chasing the wrong dog.
We keep cooking this random guy, man.
You're accusing me.
We have a lot of information that points your direction, and we were hoping that you could provide explanation other than it wasn't me.
I don't have a narrative or a story that I can offer you, because I thought we were on the same side.
What would you think, or what would you say if we told you that other people you talk to that are close to your wife expressed that she had maybe told them that she suspected you of having...
She said that right to my face, that she wanted to know if it was me. I told her no.
But I think there's more to the story. Like, I don't know, it just doesn't, it's not adding up. I'd like to know what happened this morning. I'd like to know
me too.
What caused you to get so upset.
Lawyer time, here it comes.
Your wife, because I believe that's what happened.
Well, I want to know what happened.
We haven't been there to know, and there's only one person in this room that can tell us.
I think you got confirmation or found out that she had a boyfriend this morning, or something happened that pissed you off, and you did something that you regret now because you can't go back.
I've answered.
No way, I mean...
You have your theory.
Yeah, I already planned it for...
Please find the right one. You're done.
As calm as he's been this entire interview, Daniel finally decides he's had enough and drops the act. His story has crumbled. Detectives see straight through his lies, and he knows it. With nothing left to cling to, Daniel quietly asks for an attorney, and the interview comes to an end. Even though he continues insisting he's innocent, there's one detail Daniel admits on his own. One no one even knew about until now. Crystal herself confronted him about being the stalker. Hearing that from Daniel's own mouth hits Martinez hard, because to him, that sounds like the kind of confrontation that could have pushed everything over the edge. But without hard proof, detectives can't yet say Daniel is truly responsible. So with the interview over, Daniel is processed for physical evidence and escorted out of the police station. But before he leaves, he turns back and tells detectives one final thing.
I won't be trying to do this. Because I don't. You don't believe that? Fine.
Oh my god, I can't watch this.
Find the fucker who did this. Are you married? With kids? Divorced? Right on you. I don't care if you capture him. I just want the fucker to pay. He took my children's mother.
Doesn't make sense. Well, how would you try to sell this as how you feel when they give you information about oh the IPs from your like thing? He would lock. He's like, oh my god, then this is it. Like he would want to find them. He'd be like, you'd think about all the possibilities on how that could be, on how the new leads, new options. This is brand new ideas. But the guy goes, no.
Over the next 2 days, the case becomes the department's top priority. Every available officer is working on it, and this is when the investigation finally begins to break wide open. Officers in Utah finally finish verifying Anthony's alibi. They find surveillance footage showing him in Utah at the time of Crystal's murder, and there are no travel records or license plate pings placing him anywhere near Colorado. Then...
So okay, hold on. Let me look on this. So they got Anthony's drunk ass at home, all of that, his receipts for his shit, his alibi, where he was at fucking Walmart fucking getting what beverage or some shit, drinking on what street. But they didn't... What about the husband's alibi, though? Well, where the fuck was he, though? Is there any way that could be cell tower ping? Anything at all?
Work.
What?
Records or license plate pings placing him anywhere near Colorado.
Yeah, at work, but there's a last time missing, though.
The last of the digital evidence arrives, and this time, it's overwhelming. The burner phones used to send the threatening messages to Crystal were purchased with a Visa gift card registered under Daniel Krug's name, and cell tower records show those burner phones were always in the same location as Daniel's personal phone, meaning he was carrying both devices at the same time.
What a noob! Oh my god, I can't.
The final blow. Detectives uncovered Daniel's Google searches from the night before the murder. How hard would you have to hit someone in the head to make them unconscious? When is a head injury a cause for concern? Piece by piece, the picture comes together. There's no Anthony, there's no mysterious stalker. It's always been just Daniel. Detectives now understand exactly what happened. Daniel created the entire stalking persona in a twisted attempt to regain control of his failing marriage. And when Crystal began to suspect the truth, Daniel killed her to cover it up. On December 16th, an arrest warrant is issued for Daniel Krug. Officers are dispatched immediately, finding him on his way to his daughter's dance performance. As patrol units...
Even though the plot of the story, the plot of the whole plan, ends up being, you would think, oh, this is pretty elaborate. You'd give it a rank. You give it a rank. What? Maybe a gold at most, whatever. Maybe a plat. The whole scheme, but the actual tactics he used, the methodology is fucking plastic. This is some cool rank shit.
Close in, Daniel's movements strike them as suspicious. He appears to be heading back towards his car, and officers believe he may be trying to get away.
This is a detective. Get him out. Go on the island.
Yeah.
All right, we're coming up in front. Just get up and pump back.
Genius mastermind POV. How hard do you have to hit somebody on the head for them to be unconscious?
No, fuck. Go. Just go. Go. Show us your hands! Show us your hands!
Hands on your face!
Yes, sir.
Your hands on your face!
What if you had a bomb?
Under red.
Daniel Krug is taken into custody without incident. In the weeks that follow, police finish their work. The digital forensic evidence, the surveillance timeline,
Oh, little brother. An HDD? Oh, I cannot. I fucking cannot. A physical spinning disc Oh, I can't.
Although police finished their
All
work,
right, back
the
it up.
digital forensic evidence, the surveillance timeline, the phone data, all of it leads back to the same person.
Dude, they're so
Investigators
loud.
become certain that Daniel Krug acted alone. He created a fake stalker, framed an ex-boyfriend, manipulated his wife, his children, and law enforcement. Before the case reaches trial, Daniel formally pleads not guilty. In April of 2025, his case moves into the courtroom. The story prosecutors present is devastatingly clear.
This was about Dan losing control. He was not in love with Christelle, and that resentment had turned to rage by the time we get to December 14th. Think about what he did to her. You don't do that to somebody you love. Think about the absolute nightmare and hell that he made the last few months of her life.
On the other hand, Daniel's defense argues that there was no physical evidence placing him at the crime scene and that he could not have been the killer.
We know the physical evidence. And there is an enormous disconnect between that and the circumstantial picture the prosecution wants you to believe. Mr. Krug did not kill his wife. He did not commit these crimes.
After both sides make their case, the jury deliberates for nearly 2 days. And on April 17th, 2025,
2 days?
they return with their verdict.
We, the jury, find the defendant guilty of murder in the first degree.
Daniel is found guilty of first-degree murder, stalking, and criminal impersonation. He is sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole.
Hopefully they don't run out of...
Where's he hit? Where you hit?
I mean, ripples. This is awful and dumb and fucking cringe. Okay. Best case scenario. What was the guy was like thinking about? They think they close the investigation. They find nobody. Arrest nobody. His wife died. He gets the children. Moves on with his life, and he gets the max win. Is that how this unrolls? This guy is brain dead. Oh, because I had my burner phone and my main phone in the same pocket all day. Oh my God, you got me. No. It was the hacker. It was the hacker. Guys, I'm not the one who typed it. How to kill somebody. I didn't do that. Like, holy shit, I can't this guy, man. Zero IQ shit. It was a drunk guy in Utah, I swear. Jesus. He logged into the office public Wi-Fi. Holy, that's how you get him. Because he probably thought, no, the picture was taken at work, and the guy sent it through the public Wi-Fi, so it had to be him. Like, how could they track this? It's the NSA, it has to be. I can't. Yeah, wait, they really upload, actually.
Okay, yes, this is it. Another hour?